about loving just the same. They tell me you'll get better in the warmer weather, but it's summer and I wish that you could hear me better. Summertime sadness playing in my mind, losing track of time. I wish that you were mine. Summertime sadness, feeling it tonight, losing track of time, leaving you behind. Oh, I miss you, I miss you. Oh, I miss you, I miss you, I miss you.
Like you wanted tonight, but when we're talking it's shameful to ya. Got me feeling so cold in the winter. Got our feet at the door for the summer. It's just that we don't got no place to go. And we don't talk about it. So hasty like the old days. So take a chance, we'll keep our heads out the ocean blue. But when we're talking it's shameful to ya. Got me feeling so cold in the winter. Got our feet at the door for the summer. It's just that we don't got no place to go. And we don't talk about it.
Mercury is rising high over the horizon line, and we're just beginning. Let's find the edge of what we were, the edge of what we're gonna become. Our Mercury is rising, Mercury is rising.
everybody, and welcome to the Premier League Season 6. Tonight, we continue our trek through the playoff bracket. My name is Happy, and along with me for this wonderful journey tonight is a thin Irish dude. You can call him Irish. Irish, how are you feeling tonight about the wonderful games that we've got set ahead of us?
I am absolutely psyched. Both of these teams are looking especially strong tonight.
Mm-hmm.
Mystic absolutely blasting their way through the group stage, not dropping a single match to get this point. Their worst map throughout the group stage didn't even go to overtime. It was a
Mm-hmm.
7-5 on Cafe, and they looked strong throughout the entire group stage, especially against Somali Pirates, which are a team that blasted their way through the second phase of open
Mm-hmm.
qualifiers to make it to that point where they would be playing against higher tier teams like Gang Gang Gaming of former Parabellum fame.
Oh, wow. Yeah. Former Parabellum indeed. And of course, we're going to get a look at the rest of the playoff bracket here as we take a look at what happened last night and the matchups that we'll be seeing today as well. As you see that pulled up, last night we saw HK Rebels take down Silly Cat Team and not Weebs upset Rachel. So the second seed out of their group, NW, were able to take down Rachel. That ends the first half of our quarterfinals, and that sets up a semifinal for a couple days from now between HK Rebels and Not Weebs. And then tonight we have the Gravity Goobers versus Lycus Empire, but instead of that, right now we have Mystic versus Outlast. Not sure why it says Mystic Academy. This is the real deal, Team Mystic, and they are set to play against Outlast. Like you said earlier, Mystic looking very good. Outlast though looking pretty good as well, and we will have the team rosters up here in just a moment as well, so you can really get to know every single person who's playing on these rosters.
Now, Mystic Academy playing with Amki, Big Guy, Kirk, Spunky, and Spider,
Mm-hmm.
all from North America, and all looking very strong again. From what I talked about through the group stage, blasting through these actually quite competitive teams, despite them not having as much experience in open qualifiers that the
Mm-hmm.
other teams have.
Yeah, it's a very good setup for them. And then on Outlast, Hitman, Bay, Mike, Trist, and Kale is the normal roster,
A
and
little bit of
that's
surprise here.
Onigiri. Not sure why he has the American flag next to him. Sorry if any of you caught off guard a little bit by that. That is Thailand Onigiri. That is Onigiri who set the world record for the most
That's
kills in a
the
single
real
map at the
deal.
Six Invitational. That's him right there. And as of now, the current plan is for him to be playing in this lobby tonight. So it's going to be so exciting just for that, because just in case you may have thought, oh, Mystic looked a lot better in the group stage, Outlast were a little shaky in some situations. All of a sudden, it is a game changing player who's made massive impact at the tier 1 level, hopping into TPL, and he'll be playing with Outlast tonight, as we will get into our map bans and see what maps these teams will be playing on in just a moment. And that's what we've got to work with tonight, Irish.
I'm gonna be honest. I had a lot of notes about specifically about the group stage and about how strong these teams were looking. You notice I talked a lot about Mystic. I was very quiet when it came to Outlast because that one change out of a player changes completely everything.
Mm-hmm.
Onigiri being an extremely competitive player at the tier 1 level at the most important tournaments in the entire world for this game
Mm-hmm.
completely changes everything and just throws everything that I had completely out of the
Yeah.
window.
Yeah, of course. And speaking of throwing yourselves out of windows, that happens an awful lot on Skyscraper and Cafe, which are going to be the first two maps that we will be seeing tonight, guaranteed to see at least those two, and then possibly Theme Park for the last one. It's Mystic starting on attack, and then Outlast starting on attack for Cafe, Mystic starting on attack on Skyscraper, and then Theme Park is going to be the defensive start for Mystic. So that is what we have set up in terms of the maps we're going to be playing, which I'm really happy with this map pool, because it's a series of a few maps you don't see too frequently. Cafe is definitely a little bit more of a common one, but I know that the whole production team was super psyched when we saw this map band come through, because it's a set of maps that are always exciting, fun to cast. Cafe's a little annoying to observe, so unfortunate for Stan, our lovely observer and producer for the evening, but still, it's going to be a fun set of three, and I'm anticipating three maps, though anything could go either way at this point.
Again, these are all incredibly fun maps to watch. We have Clubhouse, Villa, and Oregon all being banned out, all very linear maps that you kind of know what's going to happen.
Yeah.
And now we're just going to be thrown right into it with absolutely no idea what's going to happen, whereas with rosters, with playstyles, or with anything.
Yeah, and speaking of getting thrown right into it, that's exactly what we've got ahead of us right now. Mystic and Outlast facing off, starting off on Skyscraper as we get into the map bans between Mystic, Outlast again. This is going to be quite the fun one. And yeah, Skyscraper's one that's not super easy to predict what's going to happen. A lot of the strategies on this map rely heavily on long angles being set up by destroying walls and being able to fight those long angles. If you lose one player and you are at a disadvantage through the round, it's very tough to come back from that on either side. But at the same exact time, those openings allow you opportunities to make massive plays and catch out players off guard. As Dokkaebi is going to be caught out first, is going to be taken out first, rather. It's a pretty solid ban, going to make it easier for the roamers of both sides to exist without getting their phones hit up. And Ying going to be the second one as well. I've seen a ton of Ying at the tier 3 level. I feel like every time I watch TPL, somebody's on Ying chucking Candelas into the site and being a nuisance. So that's going to be the attacker bans. Two rather annoying operators taken off the board. Can see why they were the first two to go.
Yeah, Ying and Dokkaebi both pointing towards the fact that both of these teams are probably either expecting or fearing a little bit of that quick, aggressive attacking play from the either team. Dokkaebi giving you anti-info as well as giving you info to quickly push and play off of sound for those 1v1s, and Ying making you completely blind and completely take everything away from the defenders that you're swinging. The Zami and Valkyrie, interestingly enough,
Mm-hmm.
kind of banning out that other side of that slow defensive, setting
Mm.
up those Kiba barriers and playing off of those cams for
Mm.
more intel and structural based play.
Yeah, so it's interesting to see the way these two work together. You said it's going to be the first two attacking bands come out to try and shut down some aggression, and then the defender bands are also going to be there just to make sure that intel and extra positions aren't going to be held as easily. You're going to have to really put in effort to hold some spots that aren't directly on the site itself. And speaking of the site itself, we will go first to Karaoke and Tea Room. That's going to be the first site that we see. It's a relatively commonly picked site first or second by almost every team you see play Skyscraper regularly. And common strats, of course, opening up those walls between the two sites. You've already seen the Smoke Shoddy get to work on the renovations, and it does tend to, fluctuate how much of the site is destroyed from team to team. Seems like Outlast aren't necessarily favoring a ton of destruction, but definitely opening enough holes to the point where they can keep control over spots off this site, or rather the site itself in the case of Karaoke, because it's not always safe to keep somebody in there. And this is actually going to be a pretty hard hold of the opposite side of the top floor.
Now, what I like seeing a lot is seeing this Solus play. She's still quite new, not quite the newest operator, but still quite new. So having that kind of play into your defensive comp and having that as an ability to play offsite through a lot of these soft walls and soft floors of both sites, and being able to play now, as I'm saying that, taken directly off the board and not able to play that at all.
You know what? It happens sometimes. You bring up the most exciting thing you see coming into the round, and then immediately the thing that you were most excited to see is going to have to wait for the next one if they even choose to bring a Solus. And speaking of getting taken off the board, Triss now under serious threat as well, tries to swing around, and Spider has his number. Down goes the Jaeger to fit along with the Solus in the Spectator client, and now 5 versus 3 is Outlast looking to just hold some angles very aggressively. Onigiri and Kale trying to just make sure anybody who moves into the area underneath the site gets shut down, but they realize they have to fall back because they can't risk too much off the site. They've already lost so much, and they really don't want to lose any more.
Outlast losing 2 on the bottom floor, and yeah, as you said, completely dropping back to site, playing these aggressive angles that then they're punished from below. Again, losing a third member to a vertical nade after losing that vertical pressure from the 2 roamers. This isn't really looking that great for Outlast right now.
Oh, definitely not. As Onigiri going down to that nade from underneath aimed, he takes a bit of damage to the C4, but it's not quite fully there as Toke not able to finish that one off. As Only he and Kale left, and as I say that, another nade as Spider makes it a second kill. It's only left to the Kaid, and Skunks is going to make it a flawless. Team Mystic come in on their own nap pick, and, well, take care of business at the very least in the first round. Outlast left completely clueless as to what they could do better. The only answer you could really think of is everything.
Already looking for that pause.
Mm-hmm.
Let's
Might have,
say
no, I think they're all right. I think it was more of a tech issue.
I thought they were already calling for a timeout on round
Yeah,
one. That would
yeah.
have.
No, there's a client for that. They can call that on their own, so they don't have to. They wouldn't have to confirm that in the chat, fortunately enough, unless they've already used that or something. Or that we have. That's also the tactical timeout feature is very buggy at times as well. So calling for time in the chat, normally associated with something along the lines of technical issues, internet issues. But it looks like everything's okay, and we'll get into round number 2. But yeah, that first one, not even really sure where to start. So many things went poorly in that round for Outlast.
Some slight change with the cap can, but besides that, it looks like they're playing almost exactly the same comp, which is interesting. Maybe they'll play a little less aggressive on the first floor and kind of try to play their lives a little bit more so they don't lose that. But besides that, again, it's looking quite similar, and that makes me a little worried for Outlast on this round.
Yeah, well, I mean, maybe it is just they got off to such a bad start they felt like they couldn't really get their footing. 30 seconds into the round, and they had already pretty much lost their whole roam game. They had a little bit of play off-site, but that being effective depended on the roamers at least delaying some time, possibly getting a kill or two, taking some util off the board. However, the issue is that when they died so quickly, they weren't really able to take anything with them, and, well, Outlast were kind of just left with 3 players near the site, thinking, well, we're not going to be super impactful here. They're just going to be able to have their way with our positions because they're going to have so much time to play with. And, well, that's an interesting angle. Hitman wants to go for a run out, and there he goes. The P90 on his Solus. You said you were excited to see it last round. It takes an extra round, but he finally comes around and makes impact on that operator, giving Outlast an advantage early on.
I like that aggressive play. Again, they were punished for it in the first round, but now it kind of seems like they're working out. Traded back quite quickly, but that's not all that fantastic. But you're losing out on the Capcan that's already put his util down and not on the Solus immediately. So as far as operator loss, that's definitely not as bad as last round. Spider trying to get in from the breach there. Not quite able to do that.
Oof. Rough start to the map for Onigiri. Comes through, and, well, tier 3 NA is not as easy as he may have expected it to be. Dies 2 times without finding any kills in the first couple of rounds. Unfortunately, the Legion has yet to find any impact. And, well, I mean, you were saying earlier about you losing live utility. The Capcan wasn't massive. The Legion's going to be definitely more of a loss. He was able to get a decent amount of the goo mines down by this point in the round, I'm sure. But also losing the Zof on the attacking side. You're not going to be able to break things as easily from range as before. You're going to rely on maybe some Selmas, which you've just thrown 2 of them into a room with 2 ADSs, and there they go. Deployable shield is broken, but there goes Telk still from beyond the grain, finding impact, getting that kill with the Capcan, and Hitman still finding impact with the P90, getting his second kill of the round. Is a minute left, and Outlast hold a 1-player advantage.
It's fantastic getting the trades back to get that man advantage, losing it right immediately. But those Capcan traps of Toke getting some impact and still on the board for this 50 seconds left could still have even more impact even in the 2v2. This is a 2v2, but as far as utility, Skunks has none. Dude only has 3 of those flashbangs still in his pocket. And the rest of it is two impact grenades for Hitman, his active utility to be able to play from below and deny plant. This is looking pretty good for Outlast to try to get a round off the board.
Ooh. Yeah, trying to get Trist's feet through the drone hole. Not able to find him, but Skunks will eventually find a head instead. Much happier with that one. And now he's got the case on him. Dude coming from the opposite side. And Hitman has 2 angles to work with and 10 seconds left to deal with them. Hitman comes around the corner, though, when he gets that first kill. Diffuser going down, though, for Skunk, so it could be a post-plant, which will be great for Mystic. Hitman, not fully expecting it, was kind of prepared for the aggression, but the ace will get the plant down, and now he's just trying to play in the back corner. Knows exactly where he is, though. Hitman does, so it's not going to be easy, and he's just coming around the corner, and he'll pre-fire it, but Skunks pre-fires him. Perfectly times that swing, and Team Mystic, it's a lot closer than the last one was. So close of a round, but they still pull it out, and it's a 2-0 lead after their first 2 attack rounds.
Mystic playing that 2v2 perfectly, getting that first kill on T site, and then the Thermite holding the cross in Geisha so that the ace could get the plant down and play that 1v1 so well. They just knew exactly how to play that 2v2, even with a Solos up on the board that could have stopped them from the plant. Absolutely well done from Mystic right there.
Yeah, it was a great job in that post plant, the 1v2 nearly there. And I honestly thought that Hitman was going to take it with the way that angle was playing out. But kudos to Skunks for winning that fight, because in that situation, in that back corner of T, I'm not exactly sure the call out. I'm not sure if you know what it is called. It's a little bit more of a, it's just kind of more of a positional call out. But just in the back of T room behind the gold, the little gold thing. Yeah, you know where Skunks was. It's a tough spot to play a post plant because it's a very expected position, and if you give away the fact that you're there, you have to play it crouched, and you barely have any room to work with laterally. You have no room to move. You only have you can only move in one plane, and then you don't barely have any room to move, and you have to stay crouched the whole time. It's very awkward. So credit to Skunks for winning that out in spite of how awkward I'm sure it was. And Outlast now need to get a win going, so they choose to go to a different site.
Yeah, you have two choices there in that 1v1. You swing crouched, you swing standing, you gotta swing. And either way, it's terrifying to know that the only option you have is a 1v1. 1v1 lost by Hitman right there. Losing out on the Solus. 50-50 on whether he has an opportunity to actually use his util or loses his life in the first 10 seconds.
I think no, we've played 3 rounds, so it's 66-33 as of now.
The quick math on me right there. Unfortunate.
2/3.
Anyways,
yeah,
Hitman losing his life, Onigiri losing quite a bit of HP here. Swinging aggressively on that museum window, trying to get something back and trying to retake man advantage.
Outlast yet to do so, though. Instead, they haven't even taken any HP away from the players on the other side as Onigiri just waiting for a play in. SMG-11 in close range to try and deal with somebody, but the only player who's really going to peek this is the one repelled, and the shotgun's got a lot of range on it to be sure, but not that much. It's not going to be enough to the point where he'd be able to get that kill at that range. We'll have to see the aggression from Onigiri, but I don't know. I think it's already expected. No, actually, it's not. They're not going to be ready for him. And as he swings wide, he should be able to get a kill, but the shots are missed, and the SMG-11, such a small magazine that you can't afford to miss those. AimKey gets that kill. 5 versus 3 now, and Outlast in shambles once again.
That's so unfortunate. As the play there to play aggressively and try to get one back to get man advantage and catch them off guard is such a perfect play. It's just so unfortunate that the head height didn't line up quite right and didn't get that headshot from the SMG-11.
Ooh.
Trist doing his job to get man advantage, but instantly losing his life back. 2v4, 50 seconds left. Looks like they're gonna start going for the execute here, getting that bar wall open. Muted, unfortunately, but they're still working the picks from below on Talk.
Ooh, but Toke doesn't like that. He wants to take things back. Unfortunately, though, he's going to be left alone. It was a great shot he had just there on the Skunks, but he's got to get more of them, and he's doing just that. As Spider goes down as well, a clean headshot from the Malusi, but a clean headshot onto the Malusi as soon as he rounds the corner. Kirk is able to find that frag, and out of nowhere, Mystic just kind of take the first couple of kills in the round. It really was incredibly soon they got that first kill, and then they just were able to just work it from there. They take the advantage. It's a repeat of round 1 on a different site. And, well, speaking of different sites, we will remain at the same site that we saw in that previous round. It's Exhibition Office once again, hoping that this will work a little bit better for OL's sake and for our sake, because we want to see a competitive match, and so far, it's been very Mystic favored.
Unfortunately, Tuck getting put in that position of a 1v4, it really looked for a second like he could pull that one back. And if he had been the one playing more aggressively and out front, getting those 2 picks to get man advantage before getting put in that 1vx situation, that round might have even gone differently despite how the 2 opening picks went for Mystic. But alas, here we are. 3-0, Mystic up on Skyscraper.
Yeah, and this is already 3 rounds. They don't even have enough time. Once Outlast win a site, they wouldn't even have enough rounds left to play it again. So, like, you win 1 round, and then you're like, the game is not forgiving at this point. It's like, okay, you got to go back to the sites that you've been losing all day, or just go to one of the sites that you have prepared as your tertiary, or don't even have prepared at all. It's incredibly unforgiving at this point to have started off this slowly, and it's unfortunate to see because Outlast, they haven't even been having bad gunfights per se. Talk, Hitman, even Trist was able to get a kill in that last round as well. And obviously, we know the potential that players like Kale have, and well, Onigiri goes without saying. So it's unfortunate to see this start so slowly for Outlast. Maybe they're just now starting to really get going, and hopefully we will see things turn around. It does seem though like a little bit more of a little bit less of the Outlast that we're familiar with, especially with Onigiri in because he's never played with this team before. And also, I believe Trist isn't a permanent member of this team either. It's missing a few of the main members of Outlast. They are at least tonight, and so maybe that explains why it's been a little bit of a slow start.
These members, though, they're getting the bandit tricks. They're getting this
Hmm.
important utility to play to defend and to push back time and to play time. Instead
Mhm.
of playing their lives this round, they're playing the aggressive util to push back and delay
Much
time
better.
without even taking a gunfight. It's a minute and 20 in, 5v5, and they just barely got that single VIP wall open.
Hmm.
This is looking a lot better for Outlast this round, and I'm extremely excited for when this actually comes down to the execute, as the more people alive, the more hectic it gets.
Oh, you love to see the more hectic executes with still plenty of players left alive, and I'm almost certain this is the longest we've gotten into a round before seeing an opening pick. Round two was more even, but I do think we did still see an early one. And speak of the devil, and he shall arrive. It's Trist, who arrives with the gift of that first frag. Down goes Spider and Mystic, have lost their nook. It's going to be rough to make the entries, or at the very least, rough to try and catch anybody off. The lurk is now gone. And as for entry players, you do have Kirk, who's already popped his nades and probably doesn't have too much more sledgehammers, to really use. He's probably got all the use out of that he will. Onigiri goes for a run out, though, and it'll be traded back as Skunks able to get that kill onto the Thai Jaeger, who loses his life in 30 seconds left. We're about to see an execute soon.
I
Ooh.
don't know how I feel about these aggressive plays. Man advantage, you have the util to deny plant, and you have Hitman playing on site. He's getting a few
Ooh.
picks now, and now they win it anyways. Doesn't matter when it comes down to the 3 people on site. That had me scared for a moment. They were losing man advantage, but it doesn't matter when you have a shotgun smoke, when you have Hitman playing on bomb with that P90 that he's so strong with and has been playing for the past 4 rounds now.
Mhm.
It doesn't matter when you can win these late round executes if you keep even just 3 people alive. Strong round from Outlast. Shaky in the mid round,
Mhm.
but great early round and fantastic anti-execute there.
Yeah, you love to see that from Outlast, and perhaps that's kind of an indication that they should be playing more towards time. Maybe they do their best work when they just try and play for delays. They don't try and play as much to take the fights with Mystic, because Mystic have been winning the gunfights when it's just kind of been a loose roam clear situation. So Outlast, instead of allowing them those fights early on, they keep most of their players, if not every single one of their players, at the very least in rooms adjacent to the site with the goal of wasting time. And that works incredibly well to their advantage. Angles underneath were not taken advantage of as much because the players down there for Outlast, I didn't even notice if they had people down there. I'm assuming they did, but if they were down there, they weren't taking the fights early against Mystic players trying to make the entry. Instead, Mystic weren't given those early kills, they weren't given that early space, and Outlast didn't have to fall back onto the site like they've had to do after losing the first pick every single round we've seen so far, other than that last one that we just watched. It looked like a completely different Outlast there. And yeah, like you said, it got a little sketchy towards the end, but that anti-execute was pretty much flawless, and the players who were still alive for OL did a flawless job at making sure they finally put something on the board. It's 3-1, and Mystic still at the advantage, attacking Karaoke Tea Room once again.
I am very excited for this site in particular because on the last round, what you could see is they did nade through the floor. They did try to delay and push back that bandit that was tricking, but there is not as much you can do from vertical nades from that site. This site, all the floors are soft. Every floor and every site, like geisha full floor, everything except for the hallways are fully soft. And now you already have this Yana in below, probably looking for nades. Spider on the Nuck might also come through and look for vertical nades, trying to get that vertical play that on this site is so much stronger than the other site. We have this Oryx playing below to deny that. So hopefully he can get a pick or at least delay. Ka- Kale getting a pick early on. That's
Hmm.
good. That's fantastic getting that Zofia off the board.
Mhm.
And now the Oryx pushing through Black Stairs. Spider getting one, but Hitman getting a pick back. You have this playing in the corner. You have these safe positions up
Oh
top
yeah.
on the top floor, losing a set of
Oh.
nades.
Oh. Okay.
Unfortunate with the
Yeah.
swing.
Questionable decision there from Trist. I was just about to say they're playing much better this round than they had in the past. They've been so much more conservative. They're just letting the time run out rather than trying to force anything, and it looked really good. And then all of a sudden, Trist makes the decision, the impulse choice, to go for that aggressive play. And, well, all of a sudden now we stand at a 3 versus 3 when it was a 3 versus 4. Almost made a 3 versus 2 after dude nearly got shot in the back of the head by his buddy. But fortunately for Mystic, Enki will not take his Montaigne off the board in 50 seconds to make that Monty push work, as Onigiri, just watching from the other end, still holds Geisha, wants to hold it comfortably. Nobody to worry about on that right stairs either. It's just everybody coming up from the black stairs side of the hallway from that balcony, and Onigiri swings wide, gets the perfect shot onto the guy on the left side, wants to make it more, but gets a little too aggressive, and Aimki catches him. Now, Plant going down for Dude, covered by Aimki, well covered at that, and now he only needs the one more, but he's traded out, and it's just the Monty in a 1 versus 1, but the issue is, the bomb hasn't been planted yet. He's yet to get the diffuser down, but he still wins it with a pistol! Dude, what a clutch from him and Mystic. Off the back of the
swing.
Monty, pistol swinging wide. Takes that kill and takes that round, preventing Outlast from guaranteeing at least having an opportunity to tie this half out. Mystic guarantees they win this half and still has one more round to attack.
What a way to end the round. Fantastic shots on both sides. Onigiri getting that great shot, pushing up onto the hallway, losing the second gunfight. That's completely fine in a 2v2 late round versus a Monty, or sorry, in a 1v2 late round versus a Monty. That's still a very winnable play, especially when you down that ace. Just the choice to go for the Monty swing, knowing that you can win that with a pistol, that's confidence
Oh, yeah.
and well warranted with the way that round ended.
Yeah, and I mean, the confidence there wins them that situation. And it's just, I mean, just, he's like oozing confidence in that situation. The dude is absolutely just a massive, I don't even know how to say it. Just like the thought to do that. And I was saying in that situation, it's a 1 versus 1 versus a Montaigne with the diffuser, but like in that situation, it's normally bad because if they've planted it already, it's tough to beat the Monty there. You can just stand on the diffuser and be like, oh, I'll just bait my shield and continue to make sure you can't get the diffuser off because I could shoot you at any moment, but you can't shoot me ever. But he hadn't planted it yet. At the disadvantage, or at least theoretically, well, dude thinks otherwise as he takes that kill, takes the round for Mystic, and leads them now to a 4-1 advantage as they go into their final attacking round.
This is the way that this match is shaping up, and all these fantastic 1v1 plays, and that play right there. Again, not even just the shots of the round, but that end play to know if I stick the plant here, he can easily swing and deny me. If I go for the res, that is the riskiest play. To know the only way that I can win this, the win condition is going for the swing, and doing it and winning is absolutely perfect to know that and to be able to pull that off. Opening pick going to Outlast this round, interestingly enough, though. Aimki, 8 and 4 off the board, and those nades off the board. Especially with a Jaeger and a Wamai, almost all of this throwable util is now very likely denied.
Yeah, because you remove some of the throwable util. You still have a couple of nades on Spider as well as a few flashbangs from Dude. And you have Kirk, you have Skunks, whose operator gadgets involve throwing util as well. But they have, like you said, both the Wamai and the Jaeger, and they're holding these shields heavily. The flashbang is caught there by Dude. Throws out another Wamai disc, though, so Onigiri should be safe and sound here, able to play this angle perfectly, and this is where they really should start to be threatening Outlast, as Onigiri needs to fall off for a second, not going to be watched as he does. Shield taken down, though, and now the Wamai knows he really needs to get away. Tristo going to try and take some fights, though, punished for it, and Mystic bring it back to even, as Spider looking down the hallway to try and fight someone in the Geisha corridor, but only does a little bit of damage, not able to do too much on the talk. 4 versus 4 as a 4-1 lead for Mystic hangs in the balance. Could get better, could get worse for them. Outlast really cannot afford to lose too much more at this point.
This is where the round gets a lot more dicey for Outlast here, is they played very well off of their util and not losing as many bodies, but it's when it comes down to these gunfights, Talk we know can win them. But when it comes down to these 1v1 gunfights with everything open, this is where Outlast can throw away this round. They have man advantage, they have 30 seconds left, they're playing this very well, but it could go either way. With Mystic coming down to this execute, all they gotta do is drone out, get 1 or 2 picks, try to get man advantage, and push for that plan.
Yeah, they don't have much time to work with, though. Skunks is going to make things look a little better. Takes down Talk quickly as Skunks continues to push forward. A second kill for him. Going to look for the plant inside the back of Tea Room, but his teammates are all dying. Kale able to get that most recent one, and he's got no chance. Onigiri with the AUG is able to shut that down. And a second round at the very end for Outlast. As Team Mystic, they looked pretty good through most of that round to get to where they were. But Outlast, again, they do such a better job than they did in the first 3 rounds, slowing everything down, playing off their util towards the site, just playing to make sure that Mystic, rather, the side swap confuses you all the time, of course, but playing to make sure that Mystic don't have a lot of space, and once they get that space, they don't have a lot of time. That's exactly what happened there. They did a pretty decent job executing there. Skunks found a couple of kills, but they really didn't have any time to work with at all towards the end of it. And that will mean that Outlast is, at the very least, going to remain within reason to possibly take this. It's not looking great for them. It's definitely looked better in past halves, but 4-2, you can make the comeback.
For how the first few rounds went, bringing it back, addressing your faults, even without taking a timeout. This complete shift from playing the guns and from playing Solus on the first floor to try to get those first few gunfights to playing the more util-centric Jaeger Wamai setups, that change happened without a tactical timeout. Addressing your mistakes that well and that quickly is the mark of a team that could still very well bring this map back and have a strong chance for their map pick of Cafe next.
Yeah, and I think it goes to show that they were able to switch things up somewhat heavily in their playstyle while still running similar operators. They were still running that Solus. There was a round or two where Hitman would be playing that, but like you said, he wasn't playing the Solus for kills. He was playing the Solus to try and remain a presence, deny the util, and remain alive as long as possible. As, Hitman, now on the attacking side, taking early skirmishes. The C4 goes out, doesn't get Hitman, but instead takes his teammate. As Talk is now down, Yash no longer in the picture, and now Spider's going to take Hitman out of it too. You lose your 2 entries that quickly, and it looks like Outlast are suffering from the same kind of things that were happening on the defensive end to start out their attacking side.
Interestingly enough, Mystic going for the exact opposite thing that worked for Outlast. They're going for that kill hungry, those soft walls that they're playing off of hard cover off of. They're playing for these gunfights. They're playing for this early gun-centric aggression, and it's working. 5v3. Outlast need to completely regroup, completely move everything as they lost their 2 entries. All they have is Hard Breach and Thatcher at this point. And all they have is just to completely regroup, losing their Thatcher again, losing so much. Half of the round. They still have half of the round, and it's a 2v5. And even with all this time, there's not that much that they can do. This gunfight-centric playstyle it looks like it's going to be what Mystic played for.
Yeah, they did well with it on the attacking side, and now they're doing well with it on the defense. Spider's gonna hop out the window in Terrace and knock out that final player for Outlast, meaning that both of the first rounds of both halves have been flawless in favor of Mystic so far, as Team Mystic puts themselves up 5-2. And like you said, the aggressive playstyle really just works. It seems Outlast is the team that does better when they are able to take their time, but the thing is, they should have taken that time when they had it to play with, when they were on the defensive side, when they were the ones who controlled the pace of play more so than you do on the attack. A lot of the time, the defense is the one, or I would say just in general, the defense sets the tone and sets the pace. If they want to play aggressive, they can. But if they don't want to give away any fights early, they don't have to. It's up to the defense to decide where they put people, and then up to the offense to respond. Now Outlast has to play aggressive when Mystic wants to play aggressive, And it's going to be up to them to, instead of adapting their playstyle and adjust so they play more passively, adjust so they're able to get themselves in good spots to win those fights, maybe drone better, or not to say they're not droning well, but maybe, I don't know quite what they're going to do, but they can't really do the same thing they did on defense. They can't just slow things down, because it's up to Mystic to dictate how quickly things really go.
Mystic doubling down on this aggression, as you see from that bar play. They're playing the Mira off of the soft wall. They're playing this aggressive, kill-focused, kill-centric
Oh yeah, full
defense.
open wall.
Full open wall
main
playing
wall.
off the Mira.
Mhm.
This is a, we know we can win our gunfights, and we will take those gunfights with the advantage of a Mira. This is a team that will swing you with a Monty. This is a team that will play main wall open with a Mira. Because they know they can win their gunfights today.
Yeah, I really like that nade from underneath. It looks like that was Hitman to toss that one up, and that gets Dude off the wall, not only taking his health down to just about 45, somewhere in that range, but also getting the wall open. It gets the bandit charge off of the wall as soon as it's put down, and it allows Trist to break that thing right open. But ooh, what a shot onto Kirk. I thought he was going to have to get worried about that for a second because he was watching his hard left while Kirk was preparing to swing, and then the swing out by Skunks, I believe that is, on that staircase playing an office. Yeah, that is Skunks actually on that staircase. That was the one who swung out to try and trade things back, but Trist was the one who played off that wall earlier, knows exactly how the other team likes to play it because, well, he knows how he likes to play it as well. Enki, though, going to get Hitman down and Outlast. Should not get ahead of themselves because it's still very much a hotly contested round for Mystic.
Hawk working his way down from below. We just mentioned how those vertical nades have done absolute wonders on getting those that bandit off the wall and kind of pushing around the defenders to get some util play. Trist getting another pick, but Talk is now down below and cooking a grenade for a vertical play. Doesn't get anything this first time around, but trying to open up and pressure out this Mira, getting these vertical nades in to try to push around this util. That is exactly the play that they should be going for, these util-centric plays, to deny and push back these defenders without having to take these gunfights against these players that are playing aggressively and winning their gunfights.
Yeah, and I think typically from what we've seen so far is Trist a little overly aware of that angle on his right side, shooting when nobody was even close. But Outlast tend to do much better when it gets late into the round. Now, this might not apply to the attacking side, but they have a one-player advantage, and 30 seconds left, and Kale's going to make it 2 players at the advantage as that kill goes to the L85 as Spider and Dude, the last 2 remaining, and Spider is the only one who's still full. Dude has less than half of his HP left, and now he's got none of it as Kale swings from the opposite side of the Mira, takes him down, and leaves Spider in a 1 versus 4. Not even going to make it 3 as the couple of shots he fired off weren't good enough, and now they know his position. They know he's trapped here. Just going to be a matter of taking the fights at the right times. Talk is actually almost killed, so Spider nearly sent home with a little bit of dignity, but they refused to let him have it. Final kill is found in round there for Outlast 5-3.
It was a perfect job late round of, instead of just throwing bodies at these players, when that's what you can do in a 4v2, you can just throw 1 for 1 for 1 and play these gunfights. What they're doing is they're still doing their due diligence of droning out that bandit of Dude, getting him to feel uncomfortable and forcing him to swing an angle that Outlast had a cutoff for. They're playing this so smart and so passively, even when they could just throw bodies at Mystic. They're doing everything that they can, where if there's a possibility that they can throw the round and lose the round, they're not going to take that chance anymore.
Yeah, and they're making me look stupid when I said they weren't going to be able to easily play passive. They played that incredibly passively, and it worked. They just got the angles they needed, and then understood where Mystic were going to try and take the fights, and then just waited for them. They knew what fights Mystic would want, and they knew how Mystic were going to play the round. All that they had to do was just play the spots that they knew they could play, and play them well. They did a great job at that in the previous round, and now can only imagine that Mystic will try and do something differently as we head into this next one. Still around advantage of 2 for Mystic, though, so not too much to worry about quite yet.
Relatively similar lineup, but interestingly enough, the change of the Thunderbird, that might actually help a lot, as these vertical nades, especially after they've been nerfed, they don't get insta kills as often through the floor. So what you get a lot is if you hit a really good vertical nade, it's gonna chunk you down to a little HP, and with that Thunderbird, you can very easily heal up because people aren't
Mm.
playing off of that high damage through the floor because they a lot of times they don't even know that they've gotten that damage. Again, just as I'm saying that they're working in for vertical nades, they're trying to get damage, they're trying to get picks. But if they don't get that insta kill or don't get the kill through the floor, it's not going to matter for anything because they have a Thunderbird on the board to be able to heal right back up to 100 HP and take those gunfights that they've been winning.
Very smart adaptation, adjusting to something as niche as the nades from underneath. But, I mean, when you think about it, it makes sense. Hitman was able to do so much work with the nades from underneath last round. He denied that bandit wall, or that bandit on the wall into office, and allowed Outlast to get it open so early on. They look like they're going to try and do something similar again as Skunk's not quite killed by that nade. It was in the red the whole time. A miracle that he's still alive, and there is the Thunderbird utility. He's going to run around, hit every single stop along his little trip to try and get back up to as much HP as he can, and make sure that this is going to be a tough round for Outlast because they have much less control than they did last time early on. And it's the Kaid this time, so he should be able. No, never mind. No, it's still taken out by the nade. They're still going to be perfectly fine to get this wall open Outlast. And there goes talking to Hitman. 2 massive kills, and it looked rough for them off the start, but it gets better and better. Kills all around and traded out as we land in a 2 versus 3. And this might even be the execute player from behind, though. Still trying to make an impact as that's Kirk off the site, but Kirk taken off the map as well. And look at this, it's deja vu. Not exactly, but Spider left in an unclutchable situation, or maybe a clutchable situation. Hitman so low on HP. He's already knocked down, but Onigiri is perfect in the clutch as always. And there he goes, taking another round for Outlast, 5-4. Mystic leads still, but Outlast 2 of the last 3 since they've gotten onto their attacking side.
Somehow Mystic pick up the perfect counter to exactly what Outlast were doing, but Outlast just do the exact same thing and it doesn't matter. They still get vertical nade kills through the floor. They still get high damage that pushes the mute all the way out from those VIP stairs. They still use that vertical nade util and that lethal utility through the floor to their perfect advantage. You notice they got the first 2 picks, only one gunfight. One vertical nade onto the Kaid, the other one was a gunfight, and they didn't have to pressure, they didn't have to swing a window 3 times and take these aggressive gunfights. They're using their util, they're using their grenades, and they're getting these clean, not risky kills to start off and get that early man advantage. Well done from Outlast here to bring it back to almost even 5-4.
Nearly there, and they've looked really good in those last couple of rounds as well, so no reason to believe that it won't continue to get better as 5-4 the Mystic advantage, but they've lost the last 2. They are back onto a site that they won last time, though. Note that both the rounds they lost were on Office Exhibition. Maybe that's just not quite their site tonight. Who knows? They're back to Karaoke Tea. If you lose this, it is reason to be a little bit scared if you're rooting for Mystic, though not fully because, still plenty of opportunity for overtime. You just need one more round in the next 3, and you'll at the very least have the opportunity to fight in OT. But yeah, losing this round would be cause for concern, at least in my opinion, if I was a Mystic coach or something, because this is the site that we won last time quite handedly as well. So if they're able to come back and make a big play this time around for Outlast and bring it to dead even, that's really a cause for concern because, well, this was supposed to be the site that we could win, and we didn't win it.
Interesting picks here with the Osa and the Warden on the board. Warden countering flash util that hasn't really been seen from Outlast as much. And Osa just being an interesting pick.
Not to mention the
overall for
Ying
this site.
band.
Yeah, no,
Various
that's what I was noticing as well.
Yeah.
Obviously, fantastic gun, great util, but you don't really see that flash and smoke coming in as much.
If I had to make a guess, it would be because he wants to play that shield that holds dragon, and people normally use flashbangs over there, so he wants to be able to use that unimpeded. That would be my best guess. But they don't even have a Wamai. No, they don't have a Wamai or a Jaeger. They're not set up to hold that shield. I have no idea why they're bringing the Warden in this case.
Might just be the good gun.
Yeah, it may be.
That MPX with a 1.5 times scope hits so hard.
I never would have thought that I'd hear people say the MPX hits hard, but we do
Oh, it
live in a
does.
society.
It's we live in a world where the P90 and the MPX are considered extremely strong guns because they're
Yeah.
strong, they're fun, they're good
Mhm.
right now.
Ooh, and speaking of the P90, Aimkey able to get a kill there, though he is pushed in on two different angles. Cause for concern for him, and it's enough to get him down, as it's going to be the cause of death of that player from right behind. Or actually, no, it wasn't even Onigiri who got that kill. It went to Hitman, who's he has hit double digits. Second player in the lobby to do so right after Aimkey, the player he killed. Dude, though, and Spider are pitching in for more kills. Onigiri down, Hitman dead. Trist falls too, and they are about to reach match point, aren't they, Mystic? As it's only left to talk alone on the Nook. If he wants to make any sneaky plays for a kill or two, he might be able to do just that. But a 1 versus 4, I think that's a little bit too far out of reach. As they're watching all his angles, they know exactly where he is, and as soon as he exposes himself, it's Kirk to get that kill. Looks like it was just the 1.5x that was necessary for the Warden, as he takes that final frag. Clean shot there as well, and it's Mystic, now giving Outlast 2 opportunities. They need to win both of them. If not, it's Mystic taking map number 1, and then we will go to Cafe.
I fully understand that Osa play now because they knew that for that site what they were gonna have to do is push long angles, push through the choke points of that balcony doorway, and they know we don't want to take gunfights here. We don't want to swing through here. We could play nades close, but to have to nade that many places you really can't do. So playing off of the Osa there and being able to do okay, we set up utils, we set up our own shields to play off of, to be able to use that strong fortified util and not have to play aggressively. That's a strong play there, but unfortunately, you have Aimkey on that Solus just swinging you and just taking those gunfights even when you do have that Osa shield placed and down and winning those gunfights. uh, That just throws everything for a loop.
Yeah, it really does. You know, they had a good early execute, or rather not early execute, pre-execute. They set themselves up decently well. But I don't think they had the Montaigne that round, and if they did, he died early and wasn't really impactful. So that is a major difference between the Outlast attack on this site and the Mystic attack, is they like this karaoke T setup so much that they're saying, let's just run it back, but for the site below it. As they go to Kitchen Barbecue, they know that Office Exhibition isn't really working out for them today, so why bother going for it a third time? You already lost it twice, might as well just head to your tertiary site and make sure that you're not going to be able to get anything working on that one before you choose to go back to a site that you don't feel very good on today. And dude, definitely feeling good this round as Hitman dead very early on. That's the top fragger for Outlast by a long shot as well. And not to mention that, it's an early advantage and pretty much every single time a team takes the first kill or two, they're able to win the round. I'm sure there have been a couple of exceptions here or there, but through this game, it definitely feels like that first pick is a very indicative of how the rest of the round goes.
And you hit the nail on the head. It's so unfortunate to lose not even just this player, but the way that they're playing and the way that they're consistently getting kills and getting these impactful plays. Losing them so early on, losing Hitman so early on to that opening pick, just completely cripples the defense. As well as the fact that with Sledge now we've lost all of our nades, and and the only throwable util is 3 flashbangs in the pocket of Trist.
Yeah, it looks like they're actually calling off the second floor control. They want to try and just go straight in for this controlled horizontally. They want to play this laterally, and doing that exclusively on this site doesn't typically work out too well. Trist is convinced he's on the verge of a kill as Kirk just not quite exposing his backside. And Trist says, oh, well, who cares much anymore? I'm just going to, show that I am here, break this window open fully, and might as well at this point.
Kirk's playing so patiently holding this long angle on that stock entrance. It looks like he's about to get something. Both of the outlines are just moving ever so slightly, just almost getting a gunfight, but not quite. Kirk playing a little more aggressively now, looking for that gunfight, actively swinging things. Is he gonna get? Nope. Jumping out, not even getting anything. But he's playing off of this. He's
Yeah.
getting a pick on stock.
Yeah, there we go.
He's swinging these aggressive angles, knowing that there's at least one that's gonna swing him, and holding down sight with this man advantage. Not swinging as aggressively now, knowing that now he's in a 5v4. 30 seconds left. All he's got to do is just hold this angle, hold down that lane, and even if he doesn't get another kill for the rest of the round, that pressure that he has, along with his teammates getting kills on the other side of the map, means that this round looks like it's already over.
Yeah, I wouldn't even say already, it's just over. Very late into the round, it took a very long time, but it didn't feel like it took that long because, well, not much happened. They tried to take top floor control, and Outlast couldn't do it. Then Mystic were like, okay, well, just have our one player hold stock entirely alone with this hole, get a kill, make it a 5 versus 3, and all of a sudden, they have 20 seconds left to push, and Outlast have zero idea what to do now as we have officially concluded map 1. It's Mystic taking their own map pick of Skyscraper. However, that's far from the end of it. We do have a best of 3 tonight, and hoping that we get to all 3 maps, but at the very least, we will head to the second one. It's going to be Cafe, selected by Outlast. So, will they make a comeback on their map of choice, or will Mystic take this cleanly 2-0, much like the games that we saw yesterday, and send themselves to the semifinals? Well, you've got to tune in a little bit later after a short break to find that out.
Do not fear the sun in your eyes. Do you feel like you want it tonight? But when we're talking, it's shameful to you. Got me feeling so cold in the winter. Got our feet at the door for the summer. It's just that we don't got no place to go. And we don't talk about it. So hasty like the old days. To take a chance, we'll keep our heads out the ocean blue. But when we're talking, it's shameful to ya. Got me feeling so cold in the winter. Got our feet at the door for the summer. It's just that we don't got no place to go. And we don't talk about it.
We're back. I told you it was going to be a pretty short break, and now we're ready to get into the second map of the night. It's the selection of Outlast. We're going to Cafe instead of the last one, Skyscraper. We saw Mystic take it 7-4. They looked really solid in doing so. They generally had control over the individual gunfights, though. Note that when things were slowed down a little, Outlast tended to be a bit more successful. These are things to keep track of coming into this next map, but not necessarily things that, can't change. We could see, the playstyles start to fluctuate as Outlast perhaps get onto a map they're more comfortable on. Thank you guys so much for tuning in through this whole break. My name is Happy, and along with me tonight is Irish. And as we get into map number 2, how do we feel about the last one, and how do we think that will affect things coming into this next one?
I'm excited to see this more slower paced linear map because as you could see from the last map, it was whoever was controlling the pace, whether Mystic had a stranglehold on that strong aggressive play, or
Mhm.
whether Outlast was able to play slower, more off of utility and vertical nades. This map kind of pushes it more towards that slow linear play, so I'm excited to see who comes out on top here.
Always so exciting to watch some cafe. It is more linear, like you said, but after a map like the last one, where I mean, skyscraper sometimes can be a little too not linear. It can be like you have no idea what's going next at some points, at least compared to most of the other maps in the pool. As we see the Flores band coming out, typically more of an Izami counter, so I would be surprised if we did see an Izami ban. However, at the same exact time, maybe Outlast are looking at that Flores ban and thinking, oh, they don't want us to be able to play Izami. Well, I don't know, might as well just, or rather, they want to be able to play Izami. We might want to then take it off the board unless they're looking to do the same thing and play that Izami on defense or just play anything like deployable shields and massive positions like at Pixel. Flores Jones are perfect for that. And Nook taken off the board as well, a very massive lurker on a linear map like Cafe, something that can throw a wrench into the works is very, very much a big deal. And so taking Nook off the board is going to be massive.
Flores and Nook, both incredibly strong operators on this map, as you were pointing to with Flores, having that ability to clear those Kibas, to clear those shield spots of Pixel and planks and other places on this map that you'll
Hmm.
see defenders playing off of aggressively, especially for team
Hmm.
for Team Mystic banning that out, actually.
Yeah, Mystic
That
banned
is
it.
interesting. That is
Hmm.
interesting because I didn't see them playing as much behind those shield Jaeger
Hmm.
Wamai hard position points as much as Outlast were. So it's
Yeah.
interesting that Mystic banned that out and not Outlast. Although Outlast banning out that kind of more slippery aggressive Nook play on a map with those big open pillar areas with default cams, that makes
Yeah.
sense. And the
Yeah.
Mira being as strong as she is on this map, that is a very understandable ban for the side of
Mhm.
Outlast.
Yeah, we did see a decent amount of Nook played in the last map, but whenever we did see it, almost every single time, I'm willing to say every time, though I can't confirm that or deny that off just my memory. It was Mystic who would run much more Nook than Outlast did. Outlast typically had their entry players play more of an Ashe. We saw once from Talk. We saw Hitman consistently playing the Yana, and that's normally what they lean towards. That is actually exactly what they're running right now. They looked like they might have been going, towards that. Oh my gosh, I can never remember. It's not a zombie, it's not a room, it's a Maru.
Amaru.
I can never get that. I think I said that name wrong for like half of one cast, and someone corrected me, and I was like, had my head in my hands for the next like half an hour. I was so disappointed in myself. They have so many. The names are so similar, but
No, that's expecting that top floor play,
yeah.
having that Amaru for Heaven window, and having those other operators like Blackbeard. I'm excited to see that for next round if they end up going upstairs. But that does seem like they have a very set operator play, and they have a very strong attacking lineup for the upstairs play that they won't be using on this site. But hopefully next round or in the coming round, seeing that Amaru play, I'm just itching for.
I mean, it would make sense at least if we saw more of a team like Mystic. Outlast, I would be a little surprised to see compared to, or not compared to, but when you think about how they played last map, as they're getting real quick into Bakery here. They want this control and they want it now. They were much more the passive side in the last map, but again, that might just be, goes to show that things can change between maps. Playstyles are not set in stone, and maybe Outlast want to be more aggressive here, though. I wouldn't be shocked if we see an Amaru at one point or another from Mystic as opposed to Outlast, but I mean, evidence that we might see it already is already seeing shots fired between attackers and defenders, but Talk not quite able to get that kill. Does no damage actually, but has no damage done to him, so I don't think he's too disappointed with that. As a minute 45 and already so much control for the attackers in Bakery. Will they take more control, or are they going to be content with what they have as Hitman? Content with that nade definitely on the Dude, as they've cleared out the A-bomb site.
Getting over that Bakery wall so early and being able to pressure for gunfights that quickly, especially with Dude playing that close position in Bakery, being naded out, perfect play from Hitman here. Triss getting another kill, getting possibly a down off of the second nade, playing this util and playing this Bakery open wall so well. Minute 10 left to go, and it's 2.5 versus 5.
Yeah, it was 2.5 versus 4.5 until the res was found, and then Trist was killed. So, 2 versus 4 now that Talk is finally able to come through and finish off Skunks. Swing wide, though, from Aimkey. And though he might be low, he's not low enough to get killed quite yet. That is until someone swings around and gets that kill. But now Onigiri knocked, and Aimkey knocked too, but a 1 versus 1. This has gone much, much worse than I'm sure Outlast were anticipating it going, as even the best laid plans of Mice and Men go awry, and Talk now, the only one left to try and right the ship, has 40 seconds left until he's won the round off the diffuser going down. Can get the res off, but finishes actually, and then sees the swing, but Spider gets that kill, and Talk not allowed to win that round. Just has to clear out all the claymores and drones and make sure that nothing's going to explode him by getting his feet, and Spider making sure that everything is out of the way as Mystic are able to win the first round, much like they did on the last map. This may not be our pick, they say, but we want to make sure things get off to just as hot a start.
It's pretty regular to kind of talk about this map as linear and have that be the buzzword that you use when you talk about maps like this and like Oregon, but oh my god, that round was exactly linear. They got Bakery Wall open, they played for kills off of that wall, and that was the only thing that they did. They played that well. They got that, as we were saying, that 2v4. But then when it came back to that 2v4 retake, Mystic had all that site strength to work with. Oh, they might have gotten that res off and had the 2v1, but even when they didn't, being able to play those gunfights at that completely linear, completely flat, no vertical level, they were able to pull off that 2v4 when they realistically should not have been able to do that.
Yeah. It shouldn't have been as good as it was, but I mean, just like you said, fantastic play towards the end of that round, and really a little bit of carelessness as well from Outlast. So many angles opened up into the site. They fell exactly into the trap that Mystic wanted them to, albeit the top floor control was also part of that, and that one player who went upstairs, who I believe was Hitman, did a good job eliminating that top floor presence, as he was able to find 2 kills in that last round. Diana, of course, very good fragger. You saw it last map, and we see it open up this one. But the top floor presence not being there, it was still Mystic just playing around the holes that they had and the openings they could see through into the site, just flawlessly playing those openings. And now they go into the round number 2 on their secondary site, or maybe their primary site, but they just wanted to throw off Outlast and maybe catch them expecting something else. Outlast looked really good in that execute, but the post plant, or rather the tail end of the execute and the plant that barely even happened, was much better for Mystic. We'll have to see if that momentum can carry them through this round as well.
Outlast, curiously and unfortunately for us, not going on the 3rd floor. Again, I'm just waiting to see this Amaru play from Outlast. But unfortunately, we're playing this backside of reading and dining. Now, this site also key for some plants here, but you need to take that vertical area, and Mystic holding this vertical area with that Wamai and those shields very aggressively off of Util. Interestingly enough, they probably will take these gunfights, but Outlast trying to get these nade kills. Oh,
Not quite.
so close again, not quite.
Unlucky for Talk, not quite able to land that one, though the gunshots are more than good enough to take down Aimkey. And the L85 has found its first casualty of the match, or at the very least of this round, as Talk finally puts himself on the scoreboard. Aimkey now dead. Massive player in that last round as well. One of 2 players to get any kills to win them that round. And Spider, who also helped out, has found another one and make it 2 more, as now he's single-handedly killing everybody who peeks him from the hatch. He's fighting up the hatch and making it look like he's the one at an advantage, and making it look like his opponents are the ones at a heavy disadvantage. As Outlast, no matter the kills they're able to find elsewhere, it's all being traded back by Spider, and this diffuser is in a tough spot as well. I think the Valkyrie might just be staring at. Now, I can't imagine she's still looking at that diffuser. Now, it's picked up for Outlast, and they'll be just fine as they get into the last 35 seconds of the round.
A pretty dead heat at the moment, as Outlast have an okay amount of time with that 40 seconds left to work and execute, and a sledge above, and man advantage now. But as you can notice, this the smoke of Skunks is still alive to do that, to have that anti-execute, to have that stall. He only has 1 left, but it's 15 seconds now.
And these holes.
As long as they can identify where the plant's going down, they can stop that and then push for those gunfights that they need with that man disadvantage. Plant going down, all he needs to do is take this gunfight, win this gunfight, identify where
I missed it. Okay. What?
with the Solus below. The win condition of addressing that time is low. The only thing that we need is to stop this plant and stay alive, rotating that Solus below to win the round. Perfect play from Team Mystic here.
Great play from Mystic, and what a set of shots that was. They got the ping onto the diffuser planter, so the Solus underneath was able to do just that, and a great end around from Kirk. And like you said, the smoke util still being alive so late, Skunk's able to get that first kill onto the player who pushed directly onto him, and after that was able to just shut down the plant. I do feel
He
like
didn't even need that toxic babe there.
No,
he just needed
didn't.
his gun.
Yeah, I feel like that was a bit of a strange spot to go for the plant. Maybe they didn't want to expose themselves to white stairs, but exposing yourself that openly to Skunks probably put a little too much faith in your teammate to win that 1v1 against the player who could peek up from behind that knocked over bookshelf whenever they so please. So maybe a little bit of a curious decision there, but credit where it's due to Skunks and Mystic in general, doing a great job in delaying that round and leaving the right players up in the right spots to the point where they could play that util and also play the intel that they had, shutting down the plant from underneath and shutting down any hope at winning that round. Mystic again win the first 2 rounds of this map, and hopefully for Outlast's sake, we don't see a similar repeat to the last one, because Mystic started off so strong there, but that by the time Outlast were really able to get stuff going, it was just a little too late.
That's a really good point you made there, of the last 2 players being alive being the Solus and the Smoke. Smoke still having util in pocket. Having that choice of that decision to make of, hey, the aggressive players that we're going to have are going to be the players that have the passive util, and the players that we're going to be playing more passive are the ones that are going to have that active util that we need late round.
Mhm.
That decision making of keeping those two specific players down
Yeah.
in that man disadvantage execute,
Mhm.
that is perfect decision making from Mystic, as well as the late round decision to rotate the Soulless below.
Onigiri's struggling with the drone there. It happens to the best of us. Couldn't quite get that one through the partially broken window. Gets it in eventually, though, with 2 minutes left, and well, Mystic just kind of playing passively. Never mind. Apparently they're not playing passively at all, and Kirk's just got 2 freebies on a run out from Bakery Doorway. Onigiri and Trist were both trying to play the windows into piano, and they are punished for doing so as the Solus refuses. 3 straight kills now. The 1 to end that last round, and the 2 to start off this one, and Mystic look like they might make it 3 straight rounds, much like the 3 straight kills that Kirk has found, as Aimkey holding this classic position inside of Cigar's shop, just kind of playing with the toxic babes, could possibly break open the Cigar closet wall as well to possibly threaten him. And he's just playing aggressively with the shotgun, gets killed eventually, but Kale now in a 1 versus 5, making it 4 after that 1 kill, and then knocks down Spider. So it technically still is possible. If he gets that kill into Kirk, might just be making things a little dangerous. But Kirk is as safe as can be, and clean shots from oh so far away with the 1-times mean that Mystic is able to make it 3 straight rounds in a row for the 2nd map in a row. Albeit they did pick the defensive side to start on this time around. So Outlast do have the typically preferred side to get to after this. It's not like they're struggling on a site on a side that you really need to find success on, though 3 rounds not having found one yet is it's a little bit concerning.
The Solus once again being the win condition. Differently enough that last round, early round getting those 2 picks, getting Onigiri off the board, getting 2 players early off the board, really means that, you know, with that 3v5 execute with all of that util still up on Pixel, and all of that vertical util still, it's tough to take that site with a man disadvantage. And then obviously getting that last kill. So Mystic using this Solus to the absolute maximum capability of their util and gun, and being able to use that to win rounds almost single-handedly is fantastic, getting the most out of this, again, relatively new operator for competitive play.
Yeah, and already people just know how to use her properly. And I do have one question though, because I don't play too much Solus myself. Is she able to see the diffuser when it's being planted or no? Because that
Yes.
play
Yeah.
she can. Okay, so that explains how.
She can see the diffuser when it's being planted and when it's dropped on the ground.
Oh
If
wow.
somebody has it in their pocket, you can't
Yeah.
see it, but if someone's actively using it or if it's dropped
Right.
on the ground.
I remember hearing that, but I wasn't 100% sure if it was if that was a feature she had or not. My mistake, but yeah, I mean that explains how she was so effectively used late round as well. Just generally a great operator through the entire round. And I think it showed in when the NA quals were being played. It was a tweet from I think it was Drip, who I know he's a controversial player in the scene, but it was a very astute observation that he made of the attacker win rates were incredibly low ever since Solus had been introduced in that first North American qualifier for the Six Invitational a couple months ago, the first tournament where we were really able to see Solus played, or at least one of the first, being one of the qualifiers played in that time frame, and it really was already having an impact, as that was the only thing that had really changed, and attack win rates had plummeted compared to where they were before, but the attack win rate here has not quite been, it doesn't even exist yet, it's still not applicable 0 for 3, as Spider able to get that kill into Hitman. They're trying to bring that win rate up a little bit, but they reach a 4 versus 4. Now a 4 versus 3, as Spider's just allowed to swing that far into the hallway and get a kill on a Trist. A massive kill as the Alibi starts things off with 2 quickies. And Team Mystic leave Outlast wondering, where do we go now again with only 1:15 left in the round?
They're just swinging these gunfights. They have these hard set positions of Pixel, but they're not even playing off of them. They're playing planks off of kills, off of that MX4 Storm that Spider has so much faith in to be able to full swing, just crouch ranked swing all the way into
yeah.
Trist and Hitman.
And this is that's what they did last map too. That's what they were doing last map for a decent amount of the time. They were just having faith in themselves to win the gunfights, and it just works. It's just what they need to do. And now, advantage to Mystic as they only need to hold this site. They've actually completely foregone the top floor, I think, by this point. No, they played it last round. Completely forgot about that last round, my mistake. But yeah, I mean, they're going back. They want to complete the whole quadfecta of every single site that's on this map, even though they don't have to. Defending the mining dining site itself, and well, they've got everybody holed up, ready to do some damage, and Talk already being shown the damage they can do. Taken very low, actually knocked down and finished off his Spider. Seems to be on track for an ace. Kale, though, gonna shut down his teammate dude, though traded by Kirk. 3 versus 1. Kirk looking for another one traded by Onigiri, but now there's not really much time left for the Zoth to work with, and doesn't have very good angles. Could possibly find that 1 kill, but was definitely not going to find both, and Team Mystic continue to make it flawless as it's a 4-0 lead through a solid amount of their defensive half, and they have looked unfaltering so far.
Spider taking 1 or 2 pot shots at Onigiri and then realizing, nah, I don't need to take that.
Yeah,
I don't need to
maybe
risk that gunfight. I can just run all the way down red stairs, keep myself alive, knowing that even if he wins the gunfight against my teammate that I have on site, all I need to do is just walk back up red when where he's forced into the plant animation or to lose on time.
Yeah, very easy decision for Spider to make there. Not a lot of easy decisions for him to make mid-round, though, but every decision he makes has been working out so far. 8-1, only dying the 1 time. Tied with Skunks for the least deaths, and tied with nobody, not even close to anybody in terms of the most kills. Kirk is the next closest with 5. And so far from Outlast, it's a similar story to their start of the last map, except it's been even weaker this time around. They only had that first round that they really should have won, but then lost off the back of a great couple of kills from Aimkey and a great 3K from Spider. But, I mean, Mystic have just, they have looked unbeatable so far on their defense ever since that first round, and they realized, well, that first round was so suspicious, and we didn't really look that strong, so we're not going to go back to the basement site if we don't have to, and they haven't returned. They've been sticking towards this middle floor. They played the top floor that one time when they could. They might bring it back next round. I don't expect that they're going to go back to the basement because that looked really suspicious when they had to defend it, whereas the rest of these sites, they've been doing a fantastic job holding off the site for as long as they needed to, and then holding the site itself for as long as they needed to, because they've got such little time left to play with Outlast do, that it's so easy for Mystic to play around. But Onigiri is going to try and throw a little spanner in the work here as he gets aggressive. Ooh, unlucky, dies to Spider.
So I was trying to pick up on that. Wow, taking that early gunfight and just trying to take as much space as possible and trick and try to get into that aggressive position to be able to play your gun. Good play. Unfortunately, doesn't work out against Spider. 9-1 now. He just cannot be beat in these 1v1 gunfights.
Speaking of being beaten, the 1 versus 1's Hitman is going to go down, but Kirk caught out in the corner by Trist, was able to get that kill, and Kale got another one, but he focused too heavily on the player in bathroom here who already died, and then was caught from behind. Kale through the wall, great shot with the Mark 14, trying to turn this into a 4K clutch, and he's already halfway to those 4 kills he needs. But Skunks and Spider are going to be a whole different beast, with the smoke canisters still remaining on Skunks. And with all that intel that Spider's teammates will be able to give him, and that MPX, which could just fry Kale in this situation, they're just able to fall back to the site and play this comfortably. Falling back towards White Stairs even is Spider. Actually, no, even just towards the utility closet is Kale just trying to slowly walk through, but Spider has his number, and Outlast do not have any rounds yet. They are still stuck on their number of 0 as Mystic continue to go up and up and up. Only 1 round left until Mystic have flawlessly taken the defensive half, and only 1 round until they're on match point.
Outlast trying to meet aggression with aggression there. Onigiri walking in, Trist walking in, getting a few kills here and there, but overall just not quite making the right plays and not quite trading out and winning those gunfights enough to win that round. And putting themselves down into 2v1 where, as we were talking about just a few rounds ago, those last 2 players alive going to be that smoke and going to be those players that we know that can use their active util at the end of the round. Making those right decisions of getting into that late round execute with those operators that can deny that execute, especially in the 2v1, versus a team that's been winning every single gunfight they've taken, essentially. So that aggressive choice, an interesting choice, and could have worked. Unfortunately, this round, Onigiri losing his gunfight, Tristan getting a little too far and getting traded, and then putting themselves down into a 1v2 for the execute that just isn't really going to work versus a completely empty site and a smoke with toxic bait still in his pocket.
Yeah, it isn't even really an execute. It's kind of just one dude trying to kill as many people as he can, because the diffuser at that point you have to think is not going to happen. Kirk is just allowed to do that, and he's still outside. Okay, thankfully that was traded. I was going to say, if Kirk can just do that and then just exist for longer than like 3 seconds afterwards, we really need to work on that Outlast. Fortunately, they're not too far out of it. They're able to trade, and things don't look too bad for them. Hitman does go down, but there you go. Now they've actually taken the advantage, and it looks like Talk is just kind of moving in. He doesn't really care. He's just taken this room. It's his now. I own this. This is mine now. And now, nobody in Piano either. Pixel is not abandoned per se. Skunks is still playing it relatively passively, but doesn't have the kind of time he needs to play Pixel. He recognizes that, and he's going to fall back to the bathroom, taking some shots from players trying to contest them. And, well, this is a great opening of the round for Outlast compared to rounds past. It looks like Mystic might have gotten a little bit cocky here. Kirk going a little aggressive, and Ainke dying much earlier than he should have, as the 4 versus 3 in OL's favor.
Outlast going for these opposite map overtakes, where now Skunks can play that passive white hall angle that otherwise he wouldn't be able to play if he thinks that someone's going to try to have that cutoff on white window, because he knows that everyone is on red side, everyone is on piano windows. He knows I can play a bit more back, swing off of the hallway, get kills on Onigiri, play more passively back towards this white hall, knowing that no one's going to hold his cutoffs.
Yeah, and they're still dumping so much utility into that shield, but Skunks was gone. His presence essentially just gets them to waste all that utility on nothing at all, and he's still alive, still kicking, and still knocking down Kale to make it a 2 versus 3, essentially. Though Kale can get picked up here, he'll be low HP for the rest of the round. And taking that time out of your round to try and pick up your teammate is far from ideal. He's just allowed to do that. He just jumps over and gets a kill. Fortunately, though, is traded by Talk, who's on an absolute burner this round. One spotted in bathroom, shoots behind him in the ash, single-handedly finally gets something to work for Outlast as they make it 1-5.
Skunk's doing all that he could to take down nearly the entire team from that Pixel and white hall, even pushing all the way back to planks and still getting kills. Unfortunately, though, Outlast can just walk in with an Ash and trade out every single one. Interesting round there, and that's most likely why they weren't playing that top floor site, is because as soon as you get that Ash into the middle, you can just trade everything without Mystic being able to fall back to that first floor or fall back to more rat corners that you have to push through to get to the site of that lower floor, middle floor. Outlast choosing to go to top floor first instead of Mystic, kind of trying to see whether they can avoid it or not. Talk calling the observer.
He's got the confidence now. He had a good round last time, and he's like, no, keep my perspective. Y'all need me this time around. Stan might have to oblige after that call out. Oh, we don't need the reinforcement.
And he's switching right to.
We don't need the
switching
reinforcement
right to
POV. That's something else, Stan. All right, but yeah, I mean, massive round for Outlast. So good for them that they were able to get something. And well, Outlast now, who knows? Technically, there is still a chance they could make it 6 in a row from there. As Talk, he's throwing the cam outside. He's just going for that 10-second camera. He told us to put him on his perspective, and he probably would have preferred if we weren't watching him there. And yeah, there he goes. Types it in the chat. Never mind that one. Disregard what I said earlier in Talk. Unfortunately, not able to find the frags. The recoil just kicking a little too hard on that MPX. I don't really know if that's a sentence that I've ever said before, but Team Mystic are able to get into the building with all 5 players alive. Not really something they should have been able to do. And honestly, I'm not sure how they weren't anticipating that, considering Talk went in the all chat and said, spectate me this round. But I mean, it works. And well, now Talk has taken about half of the health off of the Dokkaebi. So Kirk going to have a little bit of a tougher time playing in this round. So it's at least made some kind of an impact. It's not that nothing's gone well for Outlast early on, as we're a minute in and still yet to see any action other than those shots fired. But Kale might be getting something here, but just doesn't shoot. Might not have seen aim key. Maybe the resolution was a little off or something. I'm not sure, but aim key gets that kill for absolutely free, and an advantage now to Mystic as they look to pull off this execute. And you were asking for it. We get the Amaru out of Skunks.
Hawk also just getting his head completely taken off by the Dokkaebi. Unfortunate route for him, especially after he called the observer to look at him.
Yeah,
Losing even more bodies on the top floor. That's... With the Amaru up for the late round execute in a 5v2, the Amaru can just rush into window. Dokkaebi looking like he's gonna drop some stuns in and drop from a skylight maybe. Nope. Rotating around to red hatch, unfortunately. That would have been a lot of fun to see that.
Onigiri, though, able to get one kill, and now Trist playing aggressive. They know they need to make the plays because they are down on men and big time. So they've got to try and get aggressive, take these isolated fights where they can. Unfortunately, though, his back is entirely exposed and his teammate is now dead. Aimkey able to get that kill into Onigiri. Trist spotted out, has two different people to deal with, and at a 90-degree difference from each other. There's no chance he was killing both of them. Couldn't even get the one. As from behind, it's the round closed out by the Mark 14 EBR. And Outlast really on the ropes, as if they weren't already looking rough. Team Mystic really pulling forward, and coming out of the group stage, they looked to be the better team. We might have thought things might be different with the talents of Trist and Onigiri in particular joining Outlast for tonight, but so far it's been a really good night for Mystic, especially on the map pick of Outlast. Cafe, they lead 6-1, on the verge of taking this one home really quick.
One of the interesting things that I really do want to keep in mind here, not as much as far as like actual setup and as far as the way that they played, but that kind of that talk still joking around, asking the observer, hey, look at me, I'm gonna go for a spot peek. That speaks a lot of the fact that even 5-1 down, these guys are not losing their minds, they're not yelling at each other, they're not getting angry, they're saying, hey, you know what, we're losing, and we might not make it out of this best of 3, but we're still gonna have fun. Talk still on his all chat warrior grind, still asking his round right here. We love to see this. We love to see Talk still joking around, still smiles on their faces. That's one of the key things that everyone talked about from Elevate, is that even when they were down, they were joking around, they were having a great time. Onigiri in these interviews just being an absolute blast to listen to. That might just be Outlast, but it might also be an impact that Onigiri is having to bring a smile to these people's faces. But you can see it out of Talk these last few rounds. You stink, joking around, making me smile, making me laugh, and bringing the best out of a round and a game that seems all but lost for them.
Yeah, maybe not a round that's all but lost, but definitely a best of 3 as a whole. When you're down this point, this much, you're down a map, down 5 rounds in the second map, and you haven't even taken one for yourself, and Aimkey's just got that kill as well. Kale going down early. Things getting worse and worse for Outlast, though Talk is still putting in work where he can, and Trist, fully blind, gets Spider dead. Okay, maybe Outlast will be able to pull 1 or 2 more rounds out of the hat if they continue to find frags like these. I can only imagine that's exactly what's going to happen, but Aimkey finding frags on his own, taking down Hitman, who had a great map last time, but has been much slower to get started this time around. And, well, we're really out of time to get started considering this map is just about wrapped up. And there goes another one. Onigiri down. Aimkey with a third. Looking for a fourth around that corner. Trist has him exactly where he wants him, or at least has Trist exactly where he wants him, and gets that final kill. As right behind him, actually, the final kill is found, and everything wrapped up in clean 7-1 fashion. A nice little Brazil to send everybody home, or at the very least, send these two teams home, as we're not quite done with our broadcast just yet. That's only the first match of the 2 that we'll be seeing tonight. And in this one, it's another 2-0. We have to leave it to the last one, actually, to see if we want anything that isn't a 2-0, because it's been all 2-0 so far through playoffs. And Mystic will keep that trend alive as they take it 2-0 through Cafe and Skyscraper.
What a strong 2 maps from Team Mystic as well. The first map, there was a little bit of a back and forth, as in the middle, you saw Outlast kind of adjusting and playing those more vertical nades and playing more util. On that last map, you can see what they tried to do. They kind of they tried to push vertical. They tried to push linear and do normal takes, without doing a more comprehensive take for the first few rounds. For the
Mm,
first round, it almost worked, and then it kind of slowed down and
yeah.
it wasn't quite working. They tried to adjust a little bit more, playing, and then they just reverted right back to those linear takes of just pushing from one side, pushing from red, not having anybody holding on windows. But again, against those aggressive this aggressive team of Team Mystic, you can't really spread out all that much. So I understand not adapting,
Yeah.
but then that just lets Skunks play all the whole Hall and Whitehall, get
Yeah.
so many kills for nothing,
Oh.
and it is unfortunate that it seemed like Cafe, even though it was Outlast's pick, played really well into the fact that Outlast was not as able to adjust their attacks and
Hmm.
not as able to adjust things around what Mystic were doing to take that to
Mm.
take that pace back and make it slower to a more slow, like util based pace that Mystic weren't as accustomed to.
Yeah, and it was really tough. They didn't really even get an opportunity. By the time they got to defense, it felt like everything was all but over. And you could see they were still taking it seriously, of course, but they weren't quite doing the strats I'm sure they would be doing if they were 100% in this and they knew they still had a shot. If that's an OT round and you're fighting for the whole map, I don't know if Talk is going to be making that play that he is to start things off in that defensive half. It's just kind of a shame because I can only imagine that Outlast weren't anticipating Mystic to play the way they were. They were probably just at least expecting to be able to get started and get some solid control. And you saw that with how the first map went, but as the map continued, it just got better and better for Mystic, just holding them out and making sure, oh, you want this control? You're going to have to lose somebody for it. You want to take that rune too? Well, you're going to have to lose somebody else for that as well. It felt like we never saw 5 versus 5 or even 4 versus 4 in the execute because Mystic were taking early fights and winning them so effectively as they take that 2-0 one
sun in your eyes. Do you feel like you want it tonight? But when we're talking, it's shameful to you. Got me feeling so cold in the winter. Got our feet at the door for the summer. It's just that we don't got no place to go. And we don't talk about it. So hasty like the old days. So take a chance. We'll keep our heads out the ocean blue. But when we're talking, it's shameful to ya. Got me feeling so cold in the winter. Got our feet at the door for the summer. It's just that we don't got no place to go. And we don't talk about it.
you go? And why can I never cry? You're like a ghost, I can never seem to hide. Can't clear my mind all of the time, I should decide. Can't press rewind, I need a sign. I need to call you good. I've been thinking about you lately. I've been thinking about you lately. And you are the only one. So far alone, where did I go wrong? You're my missing piece, and I know 'cause I lost you. But what if I could change? Would you love me the same? Or would you always drift away from me? I fear you will. Where did you go? And why can I never try? You're like a ghost, I can't see you with my eyes. Can't clear my mind all of the time, I should decide. Can't press rewind, I need a sign. I need to call you good. I've been thinking about you. You're talking shit behind my back. How far would you go for a laugh? I'm done with your selfish games. You would do anything for the fame. 'Cause you and I don't see the same. We live in two different ways. Don't tell me I have to change. We all know you're the one to blame. Oh, I made mistakes, but it's not gonna end this way. And don't tell me it's too late. I don't care what the others say. Oh, I made mistakes, but it's not gonna end this way. Don't tell me it's too late.
Will all who wish to die please raise their hands?
You gotta quit the talking smack. You go too far, you can't turn back. You gotta deal with what comes next. You gotta get yourself back on track. 'Cause you and I don't see the same. We live in two different ways. Don't tell me I have to change. We all know you're the one to blame. You're the one to blame. You're the one to blame. You're the one to
me feeling too cold in the winter. Got our feet at the door for the summer. It's just that we don't got no place to go. And we don't talk about it. Ooh. And we don't talk about it. Cause we on the run. And we don't talk about it. Ooh. Cause we on the run.
You're talking shit behind my back. How far would you go for a laugh? I'm done with your selfish games. You would tell me I have to change. We all know you're the one to blame. Oh, I made mistakes, but it's not gonna end this way. And don't tell me it's too late. I don't care what the others say. Oh, I made mistakes, but it's not gonna end this way. Don't tell me it's too late.
Will all who wish to die please raise their hands?
You gotta quit the talking smack. You go too far, you can't turn back. You gotta deal with what comes next. You gotta get yourself back on track. 'Cause you and I don't see the same. We live in two different ways. Don't tell me I have to change. We all know you're the one to blame. You're the one to I made mistakes, but it's not gonna end this way. Don't tell me it's too late. Don't care what the others say. Oh, I made mistakes, but it's not gonna end this way. So don't tell me it's too late. So don't tell me it's too late.
I never was good at sharing. I'm just good at caring. Too much, too much.
though. I ain't high, but I still got high hopes. The good vibes never show up on time though. So I'm singing like Mariah with the high notes. So fly though, catch me in the sky. Everybody gotta ask me for a ride. Strapped like the thing that you keep on the side at a wedding as a guest might leave with the bride. So sick like Neo was. I fly in and say shit like a hero does. You got L's and your team got 0 dubs. I put y'all behind bars like a CO would, yup. I survived the flood, I found strength somehow to get out the mud. So your little accolade don't count to us. Anything that you try won't amount to us, yeah. No pressure though, flow extra cold. I've been doing well eating my vegetables. And it seems like life feels so exceptional, exceptional. Yeah, and it seems like life feels so exceptional, exceptional. Yup. I supply what's demanded. I find peace, then expand it. Peep, I ain't average. Can't be from this planet, but I bleed through the bandage. Weak, but I'm avid. Go to sleep with the baddest. On my feet, something drastic. Weave to the basket. Couple G's and I'm laughing. For the cheese, I'm a magnet. Deep the advantage. I'm like so far ahead now. I got butter for the bread now. Chilling on a big cloud. And I won't come down, cause this is where I love and I live now. Get what you give out. Had to burn another bridge down. It just is what it is now. Life in a bitch, no. It's a curse and a gift though. It should be that simple, yeah. No pressure though, flow extra cold. I've been doing well eating my vegetables. And it seems like life feels so exceptional, exceptional. Yeah, and it seems like life feels so exceptional, exceptional.
can stop it. Our love ain't fine, and I am burning. There is no line if you are far from me. What can I do if I don't see you again? I'm not crazy, I am just as scared. So you please don't go, 'cause I will miss, yeah. You shake my mind, you burn my heart, you stop time, baby, baby, I'm staying here, and I'll be waiting for you. You shake my mind, you burn my heart, you stop the time, baby, baby, I'm standing here, and I'll be waiting for you. Time is running out, and I can stop it. Our love ain't fine, and I am burning. There is no line if you are far from me. What can I do if I don't see you again? I'm not crazy, I am just as scared. So you please don't go, 'cause I will miss, yeah. You shake my mind,
Don't you think we're done? Don't you think we're done? stop falling for you. Can't stop falling for you. 'Cause I can't stop falling for you. Cause I can't stop falling for you. Can't stop falling for you. 'Cause I can't stop falling for you. Can't stop falling for you. 'Cause I can't stop falling for you. Is it better than it was before? She's a dark, dirty girl in a world that tells her just how she should live. It's so easy to ignore. Push the limit just a little more. She would die for the chance just to change it, but she's got no more to give.
When the lights go down, it becomes the very moment she can see that there's no easy way out of the place that she never really wanted to be. It's that one last kiss. Don't try to save your innocence.
Welcome back to TPL Season 6. We are in the playoffs. If you have not been following TPL this season, this is the final quarterfinal to see who gets to go to the semifinal. I am Wet Nude with my co-cast Platt, and we weren't able to see the first map, but it was an absolute barn burner between Lycus, Empire, and XPXG roster. A shame we couldn't see it.
I mean, we've heard a little bit about it. As they sat at 6-4, they were doing pretty solid. And Lycus said, no, we're coming back for that. And they brought him all the way through overtime and slapped him with an 8-6 victory. And that's gotta hurt.
Yeah, definitely, especially for a team that has had some issues but has managed to climb their way into playoffs. You know, you have an opportunity to take a map off of a big name like Lycus, and you're just so close yet so far. But hopefully that means big things for the other two maps, and that we do get to go to a best of three and get to see all three maps, because the first one was so good. I'm sure the stream would like to see the other two, but let's go ahead and get into the rosters real quick. We'll just go over them. We did already miss map number 1. You guys know this is the XPXG roster now. Gravity Goobers, what a name. Jolts, Deity, AMT, Rosa Sparks, and Kronk.
And then for our other side, for Lycus, we have Aggro, Candle, Cryptix, Eljeff, Woos, Repes, and Brios. All lovely names.
Yeah, and I mean, let's break it down, right? You know, people can call this league T4 or whatever they want to, but Lycus Empire just made it to phase 2 of a major qualifier, and they just went 8-6. Like, Gravity Goobers were able to go on to match point first and weren't able to close it out, but that's just the caliber of team that Lycus Empire is, and the fact that Gravity Goobers were able to even get to that good of a scoreline does show the true potential in this team if people didn't recognize it before. And I think that's going to be something very interesting to look out to for this roster, even if their run does end here, that this is not a roster to play lightly with and just look over.
I mean, they're definitely not a team that's going to step down by any means to any sort of adversity, as we've already seen, as you said, with them being in phase 2 and their stellar victory of map 1. They're not going to take anything without a grain of salt. They're going to come right back at you as aggressive as they start, and they're going to finish out with it no matter the end of it. What I'm interested to see exactly what they're going to be doing here for the rest of this best of 3, as we do have those 2 maps left, potentially just one if Lycus is able to just close this out pretty early on.
Yeah, it would be a shame if we didn't get to see the best of 3, but we can go over to the map bans and see what map 2 and possibly 3 could be. So as we stated, Lycus did take their map pick. So not only do they have to take it in OT, but they also went down against match point on their own map pick. And now we're going to Villa, which is Gravity Goober's map pick. So I do expect to see a third map. I feel like with how Gravity Goobers showed up on Lycus's map, that there could be a good potential to see all 3 maps.
And I mean, what a good setup here, to be honest. Other than Borgen, I have a personal just hatred against that map because you see it every day. Any match you load up into, any cast you go to watch, and just everywhere. It's it's the same thing. There's no real variety through it. However, with maps like Chalet, which unfortunately we're not able to see, and Villa that we now have yet to see, there's a lot more ways you can take it. There's a lot of things you can do strategy wise rather than just gun it and have the same discipline set up each time, day in and day out.
Yeah, and I think Villa, you have a lot of new operators that just came into the mix that are also very big. Azami, those Kiba berries have proven, especially at the higher levels, to be so influential in maps like Aviator, or not Aviator. Brain is slipping. But and then you also have Solus, the slightly, or what most people would consider a much better pulse, playing from beneath to be able to try and deny from below. So there is a lot of really good options with some of these new operators that do make Villa tend to have a different flow, a different sway, if you will, with some of this extra utility that can be brought now from the defenders.
And let's not forget about our newest operator, moving in with Year 8, Season 1. We have Brava, the newest attacker, who just kind of goes to show that nothing you have on defense is quite as perfect as it seems. Her new clutch drones are able to get right in there and hack defender gadgets and churn them to the attacker's side to give them a little bit new use. Whether you hit them with Maestro cams, they are able to hack and use them yourself as an attacker, or if you're able to hack, say, alibi prismas and give a little bit more subtle revealing of the defenders when they're not really expecting it. There's a lot you can really do, and I still have yet to see her used to her, I'd say, greatest potential. And I'm hoping that we can see her soon.
Yeah, I mean, I have to agree. I mean, we're talking about being able to steal back Mozzie drones, being able to change Aruni gates, ADSs. I've yet to see how that really works with impacts and C4s. But I mean, the potential to think that you could hack an ADS and attempt C4 to stop that execute, get zapped by one of those ADSs. I mean, that is absolutely huge. But we are ready to get into Villa. So let's get done with the talking. You'll see our beautiful faces after this map, but let's get into it and let's hope for another absolute barn burner between these two teams.
And we're going to be loading right into here. We got our nice bands as per usual. Got like us starting off with our attacking bands. What do you think we're going to be seeing here, Nude?
Uh, I definitely feel like there's been a lot of Dokkaebi and possibly Ying bands. And so there it is. There's the one. So I do get lucky with the one. Ying probably might not get banned here, but Dokkaebi's definitely a real nuisance. Those phone calls are they're just pesky. You know, you just don't want to be called at certain times.
And I mean, it's great to have her on the board, just be able to give that amount of intel away of where these defenders are lying in wait. And again, also with the knock, that's not too rare of a ban. As we know, her FMG9 is a powerful weapon paired with frags and the ability to sneak through cams unbeknownst. And Solus, again, honestly, I'm not really surprised.
Yeah, a lot of these are something that I could say you really could expect. It's such a powerful operator in the hands of a good player that it's just terrifying. And Capcan going to be taken off the board last. I think that, kind of goes to show. Although it would be funny to watch Brava hack one of those traps and watch the Capcan down himself into it. It just makes it a lot easier. We've seen Capcan played on Villa plenty to catch operators off guard and really do some damage. So taking him off the board is going to be good. And we're actually going to start with a dining room and kitchen. Lycus looking like they want to start off hot and start off their rotation here on what's considered the offside of Villa.
And that is a very off the wall start. Because as you know, the usual setups, whether it's round 1 or round 2, is a statuary and AV hold. Or vice versa for it. You don't really ever see kitchen until it's a last resort. And I'm actually kind of interested to see what they have planned in spite of that. With it being such a, not to say rare sight, but a little bit of a more oddball type of pick.
Yeah,
I know,
yep, go ahead. Sorry.
I know they're definitely not going into this without a plan.
Oh yeah, and I mean we see the 4C4s, and this is one of those sites where Pulse still probably reigns a little bit supreme over the likes of Solus, and we're seeing it get brought out. But 4C4s, and that's kind of how you expect to play this. Aggro does look to be going for quite the peak there in Laundry, and if he's able to get one, could be a huge pick. But there is going to be the expectation of trying to get these C4s, but Aggro actually gets a little too aggressive. He attempts to go for the early pick on Deity. He gets a good bit of chunk of help, but he swings a little too aggressively and it doesn't pay off. That's your information op just completely taken out. You still have the Valkyrie, sure, but that pulse is so good from underneath to give other players on your team a real ability to hit those C4s.
And I mean, that's a great pick to start off this map, as well as just this site in general. Like you said, taking off that utility, you have so many C4s now that you simply have to guess most of the way, unless you're able to use those Valkyrie Black Eye cams to get a little bit more information about what's going on above. But without that cardiac sensor, you're going to be it's a bit more of a guessing game to be able to get those active and accurate C4 throws to be able to claim those kills.
Yeah, but we are seeing a pretty good upstairs hold, but it's actually a miss again, and Deity claims his second. He's on a mission. He's got an opportunity to try and take down a third, but he looks for the cam, and Kronk, his own teammate, is going to be the one that takes him out and puts him down. Cryptic's taking an awful lot of HP away as well, but Kronk and Rosa Parks are down a little bit. And so that might try to bring this one back for Lycus. They are down in man advantage, but a minute and 20 seconds. They still have 2 C4s to play off of. And it looks like Gravity Goobers is just now getting that top floor control.
But that's the thing. As you said, with just a minute 30, now minute 10, I feel like they're almost running out of time. They have the man advantage, and they can make something work out of it, but is the positioning that Lycus now has of site, and even with Mozzie being able to roam up and down for Cryptics, is that positioning going to pose a massive threat to Gravity Goobers? And the short answer, as what we're seeing from the kill feed, is possibly not. A trade comes out, and another trade back-to-back. Rosa Sparks being able to pick up the kills, and Jodas will be able to grab that last kill to take this first round for Gravity Goobers.
Yeah, honestly, for me, that one played a lot of over-aggression. They just took a lot of gunfights, were not prepared for some of the jump-ins that they had set up to watch, like Deity jumping into that small closet, and it just paid off really well. We saw the early aggression not pay off for aggro, and that really was a big part of what started that downfall, because that information just wasn't there. They had the IQ. Kind of something that I've seen Gravity Goobers be known for is they almost always have an IQ. And so if you're going to play Valk, you just got to understand that, especially against this team, that your Valk cams might not be so useful or as hidden as you hope.
And I mean, there's no better way to really use that IQ RED scanner, because that, well, of course, it's her main job, but a lot of the time when she's brought out in those more tense situations, you don't see it used nearly as much as it can be. And with them bringing it as much as they are, then it just shows that they know how to use her, they know when to use her, and they know why they're bringing her in general, to be able to have that utility, to be able to help with spotting the defensive utility and keeping themselves relatively unknown and their exact positioning a little bit safer.
Yeah, we are going to be seeing a switch now to Games and Aviator. Not going to opt to go back downstairs. Probably a wise choice. They did kind of crap the bed on that one, and so they're going to opt to go to something they feel a bit more comfortable with. We do see the Vigil come out, but it's going to be Foresight to find the early pick onto aggro again.
And now that'll leave him at a starring 0-2 for his entry. Unfortunate for him, but pretty good for the fans of Gravity Goobers, able to get this early man advantage less than a minute into the round. Looking at a pretty good spot here, now getting a massive map side over this whole trophy stat take, just getting a lot of control going on. They see the Azami sitting in stat door on that bricks hold, and they're going to try and push her out of here.
Yep, that's going to be the next thing that they're going to have to try and clear here, but it's actually going to be Foresight who's able to find the pick yet again. That's his second of the round. The Lion making a big difference in this one. But a minute and 40, still trying to work that map control. and they're going to attempt to start taking control of 90. But Cryptix has moved in here, and although he's not the operator, it's actually going to be Ozone from underneath who's going to get the C4 kill and can't manage to find the second one onto Kronk.
And that's a good trade. The C4 is great, well placed, and well called out. But now they lost that equaled man advantage, so it's now back onto Lycus's head, which Gravity Goobers is probably very happy about. I can only imagine. But the thing is, they only have a minute left. We still have 3 Toxic Babes in the hands of Cryptix, and Candle still has in the entire study control. There's no pressure from main stairs. Everything's coming from stat side or red side. A couple Florinades are getting ready to go out, but they're not successful, and they're just wasting time at this point. They're almost, not to say stalling, but they're losing time, and they're losing the ability to get this going. They're going to have a late round execute, which might work out for the hands of Lycus if they're able to hold these angles, even with the man disadvantage. If they have this positioning correctly with the rush of Gravity Goobers having to come out, they are going to be looking pretty good. And we're already going to see that with Candle peeking out to take out Rosa Sparks, putting this into a 2v2 with just 20 seconds left. Gravity Goobers are going to have to make something work as Jodas and Kronk are stacked up on the skull door. They're peeking in. Kronk checking for Vault, sees the smoke, but Jodas is able to grab Candle, putting it into a quick 2v1. Tags going out on both sides. Plant was started, but was dropped off immediately. And the kill from Jodas will come out onto Cryptix, getting Gravity Goobers yet another round.
Yeah, and that's definitely going to be a really good play. I mean, they had the 2v2, and I feel like if maybe the smoke had stayed inside of Vault, he could have had an opportunity to get the pick onto IQ, but it felt like they just kind of under-aggressed there, maybe. They could have held a crossfire, went for maybe a 1v1 trade there, and just waited for, played for bomb plant, but they didn't. Instead, the smoke backs up, the Vigil tries to play aggressively, gets picked off, and then it just ends up working in favor of Gravity Goobers as they're able to just continue adding on the body count.
Well, I mean, I would say for sure they were forced into those ones. They're doing a good job at isolating them because they had smoke in games, and then they had Vigil in study. And to be fair, if you're not both holding that doorway at the same time, you can get split up very easily. And Gravity Goobers did a great job at getting that pressure onto the Vigil, pushing him back out into the main part of study so that they could isolate that 1v1 with him and then force IQ whipped by the hands of Kronk to be able to send Cryptix back out of games and really just isolate them even more so, which won them the round.
Yeah, it's definitely a good play on Gravity Goobers. They did take the opportunity to take that 1v1 onto Vigil, and then they actually double swang at the end there. I think it was actually Jodas that ends up getting the final pick onto the smoke, but he actually comes off plant, and they decide to play for the kill, which I think is a really good call because when you get stuck on a 2vx or a 2v1 and you decide to go for plant, if your teammate dies, you're essentially in a 1v1, and they decided to not risk that. They said, we're going to do a double swing here, and so that way, even if we lose one, we get the refrag in theory. We see some crazy clutches, but that was not to happen. The big problem I see here is the early aggression that's just not paying off. Too many times, the first pick is going straight to Gravity Goobers within seconds, it almost feels like. And that's going to be something they need to change because you can't keep giving up the man advantage over and over again like we keep seeing. It just keeps happening. But, I mean, that was nasty from aggro.
Though, as you say, they get those early picks. We still see that with Jodas knocking out Brios, which is, again, a good pick on an early roamer, but Foresight being knocked out in return by the hands of aggro, now taking a lot of damage, Cryptic being knocked down and taken out by Deity on the offside, and Deity grabbing himself a second, putting himself at a double so far. Down getting the kill onto Rosa Sparks to even this out just a little bit, like is still at a man disadvantage with just a minute 30 left remaining. This is looking pretty good for Gravity Goobers so far.
Yeah, not only that, but the calls come out. They're making the roam. You see Jodas on the roof. He's getting ready to go down, and they're going to attempt to take this other side. But one does stay back, and it's going to be Kronk who's able to finish Ozone! And Kronk, through the broken mirror window, says, not today, as he manages to immediately turn around and end the final life. And that's Gravity Goobers up 3-0 on attack. They've won every single site so far. Lycus Empire not able to get anything going. And this is exactly how I imagine Gravity Goobers was able to get onto match point in that Chalet matchup, is just dominant team performances that we're seeing in possibly those opening picks.
And they're not just winning the rounds, dude. They're winning them confidently, and they're winning them not so dominantly, but to the point that they're still sitting a little bit better off. They are going into these sitting at 3v2s, 3v1s, 2v1s, and nothing is coming down to the wire for Gravity Goobers really at all here. It's getting slightly close in terms of man count, but other than that, Gravity Goobers have shown they have it completely controlled, and there's really no stopping it as of yet.
Yeah, we see them dial back on the C4s too here. Last time they brought 4. I think the big difference will be if aggro stays alive and maybe tries to go for those picks, but he's going to have to be careful because, like I said, if you're going to play Gravity Goobers and you're expecting to take them to a map where you might play Valk and Pulse, you're going to probably have to deal with Kronk on that IQ. He's played it almost every map that I've casted for this team, and it's working out to effect. He's absolutely slaying it with that 5.52. And on top of that, he's able to find those Valk cams and even possibly in this round shut down the Pulse with his scanner from below. But once a... Oh God, aggro, just stop, please.
I mean, he's definitely putting his name to good use, except it's not doing him any favors. For the
That
third...
is the second round on this kitchen floor that he has died within 20 seconds, and he's on the Pulse. Maybe just put someone else on it, man. Get aggressive with someone else.
And not only that, the third time that he has been the opening pick, which is, again, on that support, you're not at all what you want to be seeing, whether as a team or just yourself in general. That puts you at your man advantage for Gravity Goobers, and gives them a bit of a sigh of relief because they don't have to really worry about that pulse. They don't have to worry as much about those C4s coming in when you're just trying to get that upstairs clear. You can more focus on making a structured clear without feeling too rushed and too on the move because of the incoming C4s. And we're already going to see that with Foresight being able to take out Cryptics on this very short roam, and they have the pings coming out, and he's going to be able to grab his second onto Don Ozone, putting this into a massive 5v2 right now.
Yeah, my apologies there, but this is a really good team execute here, and they're just clearing this bottom or this main floor like it's absolutely nothing. We are seeing a bit of the lurk roll come out, and even the player up top is unsuspecting to Kronk, who's still up there. I mean, this team is just absolutely on the money. He is going to be able to shotgun one. That's going to be his first kill, but he's going to have to try and make something happen, and there's so many guns. They're just sprinting into sight. They're confident. They know he's in that room, and they are just absolutely ready to pounce on him. That is just...
It doesn't end.
It doesn't end. XPXG, Gravity Goobers are looking absolutely devastational on this map, and I gotta tell you, regardless of Lycus Empire brings this one back again, if Gravity Goobers makes it through, don't take him to Villa. That's not your map. Don't think it's your map. Just go somewhere else. Just don't pick Villa.
Well, I mean, this is Gravity Goober's map pick, which we're seeing exactly why, to be honest with you. We've had these first 4 rounds, all attacking rounds for Gravity Goober, with Lycus being on defense. That is never what you want to see. You don't ever want to lose more than 2 defensive rounds because that puts you at such a disadvantage going into your own your own attacking rounds. But that's the thing. We've seen 4, and this last one being such an overwhelming these 4 victories, and Lycus hasn't really been able to stop the aggression. They've been peaking aggressively themselves, but it's not worked out for them. They've been losing their picks and their ones, and they've just been all around outgunned, outplayed, and outnumbered for the majority of these rounds. And to be honest, I feel like there's no signs of it stopping.
Yeah, I don't want to say like they're not trying, because I know they are. Who wants to lose?
Oh, of course.
You know, without a doubt. But I don't know. I just feel like the team that made Phase 2 definitely probably had to be playing better together, and this just feels like a lot of isolated ones and not a whole lot of team play. The team play we're seeing from Gravity Goobers, and it's absolutely perfect, and I thought Jodis might get the opening pick there, and he definitely still has the opportunity. But it just feels like the gameplay for Gravity Goobers, the teamwork is playing a lot better. The drone works are in, and a lot of times they're able to follow these frags with some kills, and if Candle's not careful, he will be the first one to fall.
And he still has the safety net of the Kiba barriers, and a couple more in pocket. None left remaining, but a couple still left to charge, potentially, assuming they stay alive, and they have that safety net. However, they are now dead on the floor, and the refrag comes out onto Rosa Sparks, and another by aggro onto Foresight, being able to push this for now, I believe the first time, into man advantage for Lycus Empire.
Yep, this would be the first time that they're in man advantage, but if Don's not careful, he's going to give it right back. He does manage to fall off, and it's actually going to be Brios who's finally starting to come alive. One of the big gunners for this team, and the nade's going to come out, but it's just not going to do any damage. Down to a 2v4. It is going to be Jodis trying to swing Brios all by himself, and it's the SMG-11, but it's just not good enough. That flashbang, the use of utility, perfect there, and now Deity has begun to rotate up red, and they can begin to start playing this together.
And I mean, that was a great use of information. He had that pre-fire, and he knew exactly where he was sitting. And now we're sitting at just a minute left in this 3v2. Very winnable for both sides, mind you. However, Lycus definitely has this advantage. Flashbangs come out, and the push execute goes for map table. Jodis falls, and Deity's going to run in, but Cryptix doesn't see him. However, he is still going to be able to pick up that kill despite it.
Yeah, the smoke even blinding him as he's not able to see the Iana walking through it. He does able to get the kill, and Lycus Empire finally showing a little bit of teeth, a little bit of grit, as they're able to add their first round of this map to their own tally, stopping the bleeding a little bit. A 4-2 is not great, but it's a far better than a 5-1, and especially with the fact that, who knows, maybe last map was hugely attacker-sided for both teams. It could just be the way that these two teams are playing, that the defenses are looking a little bit harder. The Lycus are going to want to try to add one more, and that really just came down to some of the players just actually starting to play. Aggro and Brios both on 1 kill before that round, and a little bit of refrags. We saw Candle go down, but it was immediately traded, and then we saw the picks for Lycus not get traded back, which I feel like is something that they were not able to do. They either weren't able to get the kill, or they weren't able to get away with the kill and save their lives.
And
so
I mean,
definitely a change of pace.
Right, and that's direct contrast of what we've seen for the past 4 rounds. And let's be honest, Lycus really needed that round to be having this platform to keep going with this. Because if they're sitting at a 5-0 run to start this map, that can't feel good. However, but they're able to get that round, and like you were saying, they're able to get those refrags. And that's the thing. They're being able now, with their positioning, to play off each other a little more. They seem a little bit more comfortable. They seem a little bit more ready for what Gravity Goobers are bringing to this map specifically, and are able to account for that. And I feel like now is the time that Lycus can really start ramping this back up. They can start getting this lead that Gravity Goobers have created for themselves back a little more manageable, a little more evened out, and make something out of it.
Yeah, and if they just don't trade some of these first picks, they're not going to have to try and get them back. I mean, this is a team that definitely just needs to get into the mojo, and then I imagine we're going to see that round differential get a lot closer. But they do have to continue the good teamwork that they did show last time, and especially in the frags and the kills department. You can't have people, before the last round, 4 of the 5 players of Lycus all had 1 kill each. That's it. It doesn't matter how good you are theoretically. If that's the kind of stats you're going into, then there's just no way you're going to win. So for some of them to be able to finally get that going is really good, but it's first pick. I think it's been every round first pick against Lycus.
And that's going to be, to be honest, a very nice kill with that nade. I imagine through the floor, if I can expect anything from a Yana with nades. And Candle being able to get the refrag a little bit, and kills going out left and right. A triple kill by Deity, sitting at a 3-2 man advantage for Gravity Goobers. C4 going out by Ozone, and a quad now by the hands of Deity, possibly looking for an ace in this 2v1 potential clutch situation for Ozone. He's having to get himself a little back, and he's being held by Deity very close. Deity's going to fall back a little bit to play it safe, make Ozone have to push into their guns and make something happen. Despite having low health, Joseph is going to be able to get that plant going down. He's going to be ready to peek, and Deity with the ace!
Yeah, Red Bull skin go burr, and that's exactly what happened. Deity just walked up red and pretty much killed everyone. That's as far as I'm aware, he came up red. That's all that happened. Deity go kill, Deity go up red, round over Ace Deity. So definitely a huge round for Gravity Goobers. Ozone tried his best there. He really did. He tried his best, but unfortunately, it was the anchors on site that let the roamers down and not the other way around in this instance. And that's just something that hurt Lycus Empire. Now they have one heck of a hole to dig themselves out of. We are going to see PXG or XPXG Gravity Goobers go to their defensive side. And now will be the tell if both of these teams maybe just favor the attack a little bit more than the defense.
And I mean, that's definitely possible. You see it time and time, or time to time here and there, that these teams are much more comfortable and much more skilled on their attacks and rely a little bit less on their defense, whether by choice or just simply by how their skill works. A lot of these teams are a lot better at attack, which usually isn't something you see. But from what I've seen a lot in TPL so far is that theme, that these are attacking teams, that they're good with their guns and they're good at isolating and getting those picks, even when the defending side has the more structured and more set up presence and just map control in general, having that positioning to work with. And they're just doing a great job at locking it down and isolating and really just cutting everything off that they can.
Yeah, I'll be intrigued to see if the opening picks changes a little bit for Lycus, but this really is just a really good map played by Gravity Goobers. It has been just all teamwork all day for them, and it could just be the fact that they are bringing that IQ and they are using it and they are finding that hidden gadgets of utility of Pulse and Valk that could be making the difference. But we're going to see Lycus now with their attempt. He is going to be spotted out on Cam's going to be handled trying to make something happen, but if he's not careful, there is going to be a little bit of verticality there, and he's going to have to take the gunfight on the Azami, who is playing behind that Kiba barrier so perfectly.
And Foresight just able to hold this for the best of his ability, but no, he is knocked out by Candle, which is going to be that opening pick that they were so hoping for. And one thing I do want to note here, we see, at least in my eyes, this is a bit more of a oddball type of attack, because we're sitting AV site, and this is a very steady main hold. And on the offhand here, Rosa Sparks is able to get that eventual refrag onto Candle, knocking him out of the fray. Maybe a little bit too late for what they were hoping for, but nonetheless, they're able to get that kill. However, Brios is able to take out Jodas as well, putting this into a 3v4, but with kills coming back and forth, Deity able to knock out Aggro, and Cryptix getting the refrag onto Deity as well. We're still sitting at a minute 10, and a 2v3.
Yeah, probably one of the other few times about man advantage, but Rosa Sparks is going to give it right back, and then Cryptix will take it back himself. It's all up to Kronk, who has been playing absolutely lights out this map, so this is an opportunity, but Plant is going down. He's going to have to aggress, and it's just not going to happen as Brios is able to come alive on the attacking side, and much better there. A lot of aggression, but it worked off. Candle was able to get the opening pick. And on top of that, Brios was able to take a lot of map control and find multiple picks with it. You have Cryptix trading out the Rosa Sparks to keep the man advantage, and you're in a 2v1 with a perfect time for a planting opportunity. And they do it, and it works out perfectly. Lycus Empire starting already really well by getting an equal map or round count than they had on the whole defensive side.
And I mean, I feel like it went into the way that Lycus interacted with that site. Because as you know, holding AV, I feel like that is primarily a map over. And to be honest, the majority of Villa is a map over attack style. But with how Lycus went about that, it was an AV hold. And they took it from study, they took it from main, and from through art, and basically just had the entire site side of map control to themselves, because all of the roamers were over stat, they were over for trophy, and they were really relying on that master push. They were trying to anticipate that map over style attack, and Lycus had none of it. They didn't bother even with it. They didn't want to engage that at all, and just went for a main site take, and it worked so jarringly well for them.
Yeah, I think what I'm excited for is this Brava. There's a lot of utility that could go against the defenders if this Brava can manage to make some things happen. We're talking about thorn devices that could go off against the defenders, evil eyes that could be in favor of the attackers. So I'm actually really intrigued to see what he can get done with this Bravo. He is going to start by getting 90 cam. That's actually going to be a massive amount of information for them. His foresight almost gets taken down already. It looks like probably from the upside down angle of aggro. Less than 2 minutes in, and already a lot of damage being done. And it's going to be the Glass of aggro, who wasn't able to get as much done as I'm sure you would have imagined last time. He's going to definitely want to try and make this sniper DMR sing, find a couple of really nice picks.
Well, I mean, to be honest, this site, there is no better chance to do so. You have that rappel, you have that long angle all the way down into through statuary, all the way into trophy, even holding bricks where Foresight is playing his life and doing the best of his ability to try and take aggro off of that rappel. They're doing a great job at getting these angles, at getting this aggression and this hold onto the entirety of Gravity Goobers to the way that they really can't peek without putting themselves into relative danger. But Foresight is going to say screw it anyways and take out Candle despite the danger.
Yeah, I mean, he's playing those Kiva barriers to a T. He's swinging them. He's keeping them up, and they're really causing a lot of problems because that upside down rappel is just not able to get it done, and it's going to actually be... Oh, does he get the down? He does get the down onto Brios, but it is going to be Cryptics to finish it off. Foresight manages to collect that kill that was started by Jodis on the castle, and man advantage once again in favor of Gravity Goober, something we were probably hoping to see the change. The DMR coming out from Ozone, much respect. And you know, he's gonna have to be careful though. There is a lot of members still on this side of the map, but they do have that 90 cam up from where he stole it earlier, and that could be feeding him a lot of information on where somebody in 90 just might be. We are down to the final 35 seconds, and it is going to be the Mighty Deity and Gronk duo trying to keep this Brava at bay. But I don't even think he knows it's going to be a free pick for Deity as he walks right into it. Down to a 4v2, 20 seconds left. Aggro goes down. Cryptics gets the trade, but he's all alone. He's got people coming back and forth. Foresight, who somehow managed to live, is coming on the back of him. And I do think it's going to be a swing from the Jaeger that is going to eventually claim Jaeger's life, and it is on Kronk. They're going to put themselves on match point 6-2 to be able to take their map and keep this one going to the best of 3.
What a dominant show by Gravity Goobers. Let's just put this in perspective. They won their first 4 rounds here, and to be fair, they did a very similar thing in map 1. They brought them to a 6-4 lead, and they held them there. However, Lycus was able to bring it back into overtime and knock it down 8-6. And that's a great show in itself. However, we're now looking at this. The first 4 rounds of the attack were won by Gravity Goobers, and they just completely ran the floor with it. Lycus Empire came back a tad, putting it into a 4v1 situation, which was thrown immediately back into 5v1, as Gravity Goobers were able to take the following round and going into the second half of this map, just looking absolutely stellar, almost as great as you can look with it. And now they're sitting 6-2 match point, and this, to be honest, this doesn't look great for Lycus. They have to really play, not to say flawlessly, but pretty near it to be able to keep themselves in this. Because either way, if Gravity Goobers is able to take this out, this will go to map 3. However, if Lycus is able to shorten up their game a little bit and take it back to them, they can end this here.
Yeah, and I think the big difference here that we are going to see on this kitchen floor is probably the fact that the pulse will stay alive for longer than 30 seconds. It is going to be on Kronk, who has been really good with using his utility, but he's going to have to be careful. There is an opposing IQ who almost gets taken out off rip. That would have been the perfect first pick, and he's not able to get it, but he does manage to do quite a bit of damage to Candle, and it does look like they're trying to figure out where this push is coming from. It looked like a lot of players coming from main. Yeah, it looks like they're going for a pretty horizontal take as they're just trying to take that first floor, and you've got Brava on Dan down there just walking around, sneaking away, but it's actually going to be aggro who finds the opening pick onto Kronk. That's huge. The pulse does still die first, but it's immediately traded back by Jodas and Foresight.
And what a great start of this. There's a lot of kills going out already. We're only sitting in just over a minute ticked away out of this. We already have a lot of map control going out by Lycus. A pick almost coming out onto Rosa Sparks, but almost backfiring onto Cryptix. He has Diffuse in hand as AC's going to try to book it out of there, get out of dodge a little bit, and try to regroup with himself to get himself in a little bit better of a situation. Briaz is looking, not to say a little bit worse for wear, but to be honest, anything that happens to him, he's out for the count. So he's going to have to really make every bullet count here because you really have no other way of survival at this point other than relying on these headshots. However, Jodas is going to take out Candle in the meantime, putting this into a 4v2.
Yeah, this is getting worse and worse. They're not even playing together, though. Brios is playing by himself down in the living room, and it's really just Cryptix walking around. Just we saw him almost attempt to go back to the top floor to look for a frag onto the Oryx, but he's actually going to attempt to get the castle now. But they're just not playing together. Brios gets down by a deity, and this is just looking like an absolute clobbering. And I would be absolutely worried for Lycus going into the next map because this is Gravity playing at their best. They're unstoppable, and they are able to just immediately bring it back. The overtime comeback they gave up doesn't hurt them one bit, and they take their map pick pretty darn flawlessly with a 7-2, only giving up 1 defense and 1 attack.
And we see that. And we see the aggression and the dominance that Gravity Goobers has thrown here. And we have to wonder just what happened in map 1 that Lycus was able to bring it back on such a heavy showing. Because they were sitting at map point, and then they're able to bring that back. But this is nothing of that sort. Gravity Goobers really shut them down and did an amazing job doing so. They had them right out of the gate, they had them in their pocket, and they did not let go of their grasp. As the rounds went on and as the time went on with with Lycus stalling quite a bit and getting forced into 1v1s towards the end, they just further tightened their grasp on what Lycus could do and how much they wanted to let happen.
Yeah, the over-aggression, I think, really biting them in the butt. But we are going to take a little break before we come back to Oregon. Some people like to call it Borgen, where maybe that aggression can start to work out, plays a little bit differently, and maybe it plays into those over-aggressive play styles. But we are going to take a quick break, let the players and the casters take a quick breather, and we will be right back in just a few minutes with Oregon.
They talk about walking in the rain. They talk about loving just the same. They tell me you'll get better in the warmer weather, but it's summer and I wish that you could hear me better. Summertime.
If you're just tuning in, this is TPL Season 6 Playoff Quarterfinals. We are in our last quarterfinal and the last map. This is for all the marbles. This is to decide who goes to the semifinals. We do have XPXG roster, now Gravity Goobers versus Lycus Empire, and we just saw one heck of a one-sided butt whooping on Villa, did we not?
I mean, there's no other way to describe it, to be honest. Gravity Goobers very obviously hit their stride, as it was their map pick. So I imagine they were very ready for what they're wanting to bring to this map, but they're able to really show what they're made of, ending it at a, I believe, 7-2 victory.
Yeah, it was absolutely one-sided. Nothing like the overtime match we saw on Lycus Empires. But the thing is, though, both times Gravity Goobers have been the team to go on a match point first. Don't mind the graphic; it is wrong. They did win 7-2 up there, but both times Gravity Goobers has been in the driver's seat. They were on match point in the first map. This map, Villa, they steamroll them. Is Oregon going to feel like the same, or is this going to be a map where Lycus Empire feels a little bit comfortable, gets going in gear, and maybe plays off each other a little bit better? Because the over aggression of 1v1s absolutely killed them.
Well, I mean, to be honest, with a map like Oregon, how can you not feel comfortable? This is a map that you play day in, day out. Every single time that you load up a scrim, it's like, oh, hey, what are we going to play? There's a fair chance that it's going to be Oregon. And that's the thing. Every time you see this map, it's one of those maps that you see these teams play and they have to be very decisive and they have to be very disciplined if they want their strats to work. On the offside, you can still play that aggressiveness and make that work as your strategy in itself, but it's such a weird way for this map to work, as it's either one or the other, and there's very little in between with structure and no structure.
Yeah, and just something that I will say, I just felt like Lycus just didn't play as a team very well on Villa, and I know they know how to. So I'll be intrigued to see how they try to fix those mistakes. We do actually see Azami and Solus stay up, which on Oregon can be quite the picks, but also Flores banned. So if you pick uh, uh, those Kiba barriers, it's going to be a lot harder to get rid of those. You're going to have to bring a lot more of maybe Gone Sixes, Ash, Zoe, and Nades, or else you're going to really struggle to clear out those Kiba barriers.
Not only that, even just considering what site you're taking. Oh wait, hold on. Before I get to that, we can't gloss over this, that they are running kitchen dining first.
I think they just like kitchen dining. They like the sound of it. They did it on Villa. They're doing it here. If it's kitchen dining, God dang it, Lycus, go to it.
That has to be it, because there is no other reason that I can see that would make sense for them to run this kitchen dining.
You think they're hungry?
They might be. Well, I mean, as they say, let them cook.
Let them.
They're in kitchen after all.
Exactly. Let's see what they're whipping up.
And I mean that's the thing. With that Flores ban coming into play, that's going to be interesting to see how the attacking sides react to these defenses, whether it be in basement for elbow or whether it be upstairs in trophy, just having that main shield as well as those Kiba barriers, as you said. That's going to be really interesting to have to deal with, as well as that shield sitting on dining table. There's a lot that you can do, and there's a lot of ways to take those shields out of the equation. But especially with Wamai and Jaeger on the board all at once, you have to really work that in a specific way to make that happen.
Yeah, they have gotten map control really fast here, though, and that's actually something that I really enjoy seeing. Already Armory and Master has been taken over, but they're... Oh, sorry. Nope, Kronk did end up going on to the Therm. Before that, I believe he was on Ash, so I did not see the change. So I was going to say they don't have a lot of ways to breach, but they do have the Thermite, so they are going to be able to try and breach some of these walls. And Deity's actually just going to go for it. He's just going to get buck wild, and he's going to find it onto Don. He does see the Jaeger, but misses it on the second swing. He's not able to claim the Wamai, but it's going to be Rosa Sparks who's able to claim Candle. And now Agro's got to sprint for his life. His Lion, who's playing the bottom white window, is just not able to claim it. Once again, fast pace, good droning, and good teamwork from Gravity Goobers is being a huge difference maker already.
And I mean, we saw it map 2. And that motivation and that momentum did not stop with map 2. They're carrying this straight into map 3 with as aggressive as they're able to play, despite the way that these sites are set up and these roams are set up. They have completely cleared the roam without really any trouble, which the importance of a good roam is just unparalleled. You have these guys roaming above site to waste time, to take kills, to get a little bit of utility wasted, and that's what. Oh no.
Poor Lion.
Oh no.
He got caught with his pants down.
Oh,
But
no.
it's going to be Kronk to catch Brio with his pants down, as once again they continue to find it, but they don't know that's not site. Guys, this site is kitchen dining, not kitchen and meeting. You're on the wrong bomb site. They've got 45 seconds left, and now they've got to try and make a play, and it's going to be Cryptix who once again finds another man sleeping, not looking the right direction. And now, just like that, we're winding down on the clock. Aggro manages to find another one as well. Everything not going in favor for Gravity. They had site control, but they throw it away, but Cryptix doesn't know DD's already in. And this is going to be a good opportunity, but he catches the head, and somehow they've managed to take man control. Now it's all left to Shup. He doesn't even have Diffuser. He's got to attempt to make a play. He's got 10 seconds. Aggro and Cryptix playing it very, very safe. There's just almost zero possibility that he's going to be able to pull this one off. He's not able to find one. He's a whisper in the wind, trying to flick back and forth, but both team members back up. And that early aggression falls by the wayside is maybe a bit of problems there with the droning. They really thought site was meeting.
I feel like they can only be chalked up to miscommunication. Like, the way that they were so confident in their meeting take, they had that locked down. Site was ready. They had it. And what's the problem? Why can't you plant? What's going on?
Why am I dropping the diffuser, guys? What's going on?
Where's Site?
Tony, I don't feel so good.
Oh no. Too soon.
Yeah, too soon. Always too soon. But yeah, it's definitely going to be a big misplay. They still could have brought it back, but then you have Cryptix, who played that round beautifully, understanding and hearing, I imagine, a player get onto the cams. He ends up finding the Lion, trying to bring his drone over, probably the drone in that direction. And then he's able to flank upstairs because there's no drone for the sledge. And all of a sudden, the round comes back in favor for Lycus. They're still in a 3v2, but then a couple of picks go their way on the side of Cryptix, and I believe it was Aggro. And then just like that, Gravity is without Diffuser, with no time, and in a man disadvantage when it looked almost inevitable that they were going to take that round.
And you know, you did mention Shup last round. And if I'm not mistaken, Shup is now new on this roster for today's games, as Jodas, I believe, had some technical difficulties with his house having power. So Shup is filling in the shoes ever so seamlessly and doing a fine job, or at least as best as they can going into this. Maybe a little bit not warmed up, but it's okay because Foresight is going to be able to pick up the slack and take out Aggro, getting on the aggressive side and being able to shove it right back at him. And that's already putting them at a nice little 5v4 with pretty solid map control going already. A big push ready to happen down the back stairs. Air jabs going out to be able to cement so that no roam will be able to get up here without making at least a little bit of noise. They see the Mozzie over by kitchen side. Candle being spotted, having to do a little bit of moving around so he's not trapped and completely shut down by the time Gravity Goobers want to make a move onto him.
Yeah, I think the big problem here, and something we talked about, I'm going to call him out for it too. I believe he said he was 1-4 on entry. Well, now he goes to 1-5. Aggro has on an entry statistic right now, and that's just not something you want to see from him, especially imagining that his ability to change the round on its head is so massively useful. We are seeing them take this back tower stairs really well, and it looks like they're going for a bit of a split push here. They've got blue and they've got big tower backside stairs, but the problem is that they did this exact same thing on the last round and it didn't pay off. They actually went into a 3v5 and it didn't pay off. Candle's going to be able to start things off hot onto Crump, and the nade just not having the gap, but Deity's actually already in electrical, and he's going to have an opportunity to swing here. No one's got a clue, but Brios finds one. It's quickly traded back. The trades are coming out left and right, and it's going to be Deity who's able to take that one, but Candle able to add onto it himself. And now he's able to try and get out of dodge and play safely. And it's going to be Cryptics with an opportunity to put it into their favor, but he doesn't. Candle's going to attempt a flank, and what a flank it is he's able to find one. Shup's going to have to swing him, but he doesn't know where he was shot from. And Candle able to clutch up the 2v1.
Also, I want to point out here, what a great hold by Candle on his own to be able to pick up 4. When the rest of his team, not to say fell short, but had unfortunate circumstances. And as we even saw with Cryptics, having just a slightly late peak to where he was, to be honest, he was completely locked down on that shield. Had he peaked a little bit sooner, maybe he would have been looking a little bit better off, but sitting a little worse for wear now in the grave of that gunfight. There's not really much you can do about that, but luckily for Lycus Empire, Candle is able to really kind of per se carry Lycus on his back momentarily and win that round for them, is they desperately needed that foothold, especially on a map as big as Oregon for this standard defensive setup. If you can't get this early defensive lead, you're not going to be looking too well off.
Yeah, and I have to say, something we didn't see is maybe a lack of execution on this map coming from Gravity Goobers. I mean, especially those attacks we saw on Villa, so crisp, so clean, just the execute isn't there right now, and it's what's giving Lycus these holes, these gaps of opportunity to make big plays, and they're doing just that. Cryptics in round 1, and now Candle in round 2. The executes from Gravity Goober, the start, the map control, the entry picks, perfect. But their execute coming down in the final 30 to 45 seconds, they're giving trade after trade, and they're not holding the correct angles to get the refrags that would win them these rounds. And that's something that Lycus Empire, they're starting to take advantage of that.
But sitting at round 3 at an 0-2, I want to add here, great kill by Deity, and a Claymore by Foresight, quickly traded out by Brios. Sees the drone, has a little bit spotted, and Shup is going to get his first kill of the series to really help out his team, sitting at a now 4-2 man advantage, and they're looking pretty good so far. They have the Ace Selma devices going off onto Closet, but it is mute jammed. And I do want to add, they don't have any secondary hard breach, whether it's Maverick, whether it's Thermite, so this is going to be a single static one-side execute. There's no way that they can go for attic wall as well as get this wall for the main breach open, as well as they could with any secondary breacher. Another kill by Cryptics onto Rosa Sparks is going to go out, putting this into a 3v2, just a minute 40 remaining. And it looks like, to be honest, I feel like Gravity Goobers are starting to stall just a little bit.
Well, and here's the problem. An attempt to just take quick map control, he saw an opportunity, but it didn't pay off, and you just put this more in a winnable situation now for Lycus. He really didn't need to get so aggressive, and it's actually going to be Candle who could have had the opportunity to really put this one right back in the driving seat for Lycus, but now it's going to be on Cryptics. He's going to have to attempt to clutch again. That C4 might claim the life, but it doesn't, and now he's going to have to make a huge play. He only has the SMG-11, and with such small round count, every bullet matters. He is going to be able to find the first. That's a huge pick onto Foresight, but now he's got to make it happen. They line up, but he's not able to find the first one onto Shup, and that is going to allow them to get the opportunity to plant. He could know that Shup is playing on the couch, but he's not prepared. And Shup, who finds his first kill of the series, finds the last kill of the round. And that is Gravity Goobers finally able to get a hold on this map. But I would say just barely. If Candle wins that top white gunfight, I think Lycus Empire take another round right from underneath their nose.
And I mean, it's one of those things that you can look at as a what if, what could have happened had this happened, and really just kind of like the Schrodinger's siege game, per se, of if they would have peaked that, would they have won it? Would they have lost it? And would that have changed the round outcome, as we've seen here, to something more of a better, more overwhelming victory for Lycus, or a direct opposite, even bigger overwhelming victory for Gravity Goobers. There's really no way to tell other than just the standard speculation of what could have happened had, say, with Candle being able to win his gunfights the way he very obviously did not, and even to the point of like Brios being able to pick up another kill over on Small Tower side. That could have completely changed the round as we've seen.
Yeah, definitely a bunch of what ifs, right? There's no guarantee, even if he wins that top fight or top white gunfight, that Gravity Goobers don't win the round. It's just the likelihood, because both of them were stacked on the same side. That was the lurker player that was on top white. It would have made the pinch gunfight for the remaining two defenders so much easier. That's why I would have said it probably would have went in favor. There's no guarantees, there's no absolutes, especially in Siege where anything can happen. But we do see, once again, a unbelievably fast starting take. Armory and Master already in control. Granted, they're given to you for free, but it's just the speed, honestly. You probably see a lot of other teams take about another 10 to 15 seconds to get into this part of the map. But Gravity Goobers are just so fast with their executes, and already managed to get it down as they managed to down Candle.
Now we have Smoke, or excuse me, Mute, with Don being able to play that pit door with the shotgun. Candle is going to be possibly able to get a res off, but with Breach open, it seems very unlikely that Aggro is going to be able to get that res safely. Brios is taking damage, but he's able to get the Doc Stim off to pick up Candle and get 2 kills in the process, taking out Kronk and Rosa Sparks as as kills also go out in the favor of Gravity Goobers, turning this into a 2v2. Trades going out left and right, and Aggro being down, meaning all of the now defenders are knocked right out of here as Gravity Goobers just shut down this round.
Yeah, I really had a feeling that Lycus Empire with that pickup were about to be one of the most clutch things in the world, but the Doc just gets a little too aggressive on white and it doesn't pay off. A little bit of that overaggression coming out again from Lycus Empire. They're throwing bodies at the door at the problem, and it's just not paying off. We do see a lot of really good trades come out, and at the end of the day, that was still a 2v2, but isolated 1v2s to a degree were able to give the round back to Gravity Goobers. That's just such a tough one, especially because they had a really good opportunity to make something happen and maybe play a little bit more passively, but they just didn't do that, and it actually leads to them losing the round. As Shup and Foresight are able to find a lot of really good kills in that round.
Now we already see them running back down to basement. They've won this round, or they've won this site rather already, and now they have the chance to do it again. The 3 rounds have passed, and they have the ability for it. And I'm curious, is this going to work as well as it did last time for Lycus? Because as we saw, not to say that it was all chalked up to this, but Candle did kind of make a hero play when it came down to it. He was able to pick up 4 with Mozzie and really just cement this site that was his. But with him now on a Solus, will that change how they defend this site? And will that change just the general outcome, do you think, Newt?
Yeah, I mean, it definitely could change. Like you said, it came down to a Candle flank, I believe, because I do think he did come through the meeting hatch that Deity had dropped from. So that could be a big part of the success on that round. And actually, it's going to be a swing, and Candle's already taken off the equation. That is what I love from this Gravity Goobers team, is the absolute immediate trade. Something I feel like so many T3, T4 teams miss is that immediate impact behind the drones. They aren't a few feet behind. They're on that drone, and if you go for the kill on the drone and not for the player coming behind it, you are going to lose that gunfight.
And that's the thing. As well as refrags for players, even the refrags with the Yana Gemini clones, as we've seen just now, is such a powerful tool to have and such a great mindset to be able to utilize with the Gemini clones. Again, recharging as basically, as long as you stay alive, relatively, not to say infinite, but relatively infinite drones that you can just continue sending out throughout the round that basically cost you nothing and will give you a lot. We already see the magnet devices going off in Freezer. DD taking a little bit of damage by aggro all the way down into the Freezer Hall. just on a long angle to the bottom stairs, and even getting a little bit of jiggle peek going on to bottom for laundry, which is, it looks like warding off Foresight a little bit as Shup takes damage in the meantime.
Yeah, there's a lot of damage coming out. It does feel like the round has kind of stalled just a little bit. We see a lot of changes in their push coming out, and it's going to be the nade that's going to attempt to take a life, but it's going to be Kronk who's able to find one, but not two, as it's able Brios to find the refrag. Deity is able, however, to continue on his tally. He's been a lights out player. Cryptix does finally shut it down, and it is a 2v3. There is no C4 in pocket, but multiple nades, and it's actually going to be aggro from Freezer. Now they're going to have to be careful with Plant. The smoke grenade comes out, and Foresight gets absolutely shredded by it, I believe. And now it looks like they are going to attempt to isolate a couple of 1v1s, but the smoke from Cryptix coming out so clutch. He is out of the smoke canisters, and we are about to have a bit of a Hail Mary gunfight. 14 seconds winding down. One's going to go for the plant while one covers. They have the crossfire, and it's going to be an early swing from aggro. He's not able to get it done, but Cryptix comes from behind. He's able to find one. He's going to stick the plant, but Cryptix for two finds three on the round, and his smoke canisters and flank from that blue hallway is going to be what gives the round away. Just not doing enough to clear out that elbow, and it pays dividends.
And that is honestly one of the best examples that you can be given with how well the Smoke Toxic Babes can go into late rounds. He had all three of them in pocket by the time a minute came down. He used one to help just stall a little bit over to 40 seconds, because as you know, each one of these smoke canisters lasts 10 seconds roughly. And then towards the end there, just 20 seconds remaining, he was able to toss both of them and completely stall Gravity Goobers. They didn't have the health to just sit in there and plant, because if you're going to sit in these toxic smoke for that full 7-second plant, you are going to go down and you are going to die. And there's no ifs or buts about it. If you sit in that smoke, you will die to it. So having that stall is such a big power play, because that makes Gravity Goobers have to wait and then have to force their execute with time not on their side to force that plant down and force them to stick it, while only one of them is able to hold against two guns. And there is really no better way that they could have played that, I feel.
Yeah, I mean, it was just extremely well played. Once it was down to a 2v2, there really is a tough spot where you have to make the decision. Do you attempt to double push one player and see if you can make it into a 2v1 in favor and then go for the plant? Or do you go for the plant in hopes that the one person is able to kind of hold down the plant? I know that's extremely tough decision, but it was a decision that has to be made, and sometimes it wins or loses the round. And that was one of those situations where it didn't win the round for them. It was beautifully well played from Cryptix, who stayed in elbow the whole time and was able to just rotate around, this time not being felled early by the player pushing in blue. We are going to see us go back to kids, and we are seeing this team, Gravity Goobers, look like they are trying to clear from the small tower, probably to go for a couple of nades, I imagine. Definitely going to want to see some nade play come out. We have two sets, and it's going to be a matter if they can get some verticality kills with that said utility and give them, once again, their man advantage that they've had a very good success of getting. But as I say that, not going to happen. It's going to be Candle to find the C4 onto Foresight. The Sophia off the board, that's a big pick.
And we already see, as well as the man advantage, that Lycus has such a big roam game going on. Now significantly less, with Solus falling to Rosa Sparks. Typical caster's curse, everyone. However, with Mozzie still up, Dan being able to play them as well as possible, you have those Mozzie pests all around the first floor, being able to stop drones and at least waste a little bit of time, which again, that's the roamer's job. Waste as much time and utility as possible, maybe get a kill, and get out with your life. And that is exactly what Don is trying to do here, because he's still alive. He's a little bit tagged, because maybe a little bit of a scuffle left him worse for wear, but he got out safely. And now Rosa Sparks is taking a bit of damage, and so is Don. Now getting back into that firefight, pestering, wasting time, doing exactly what his job is, and he is quickly cut down shortly after that by Deity, but the damage is already done. You're sitting at 40 seconds now in a 4v3 with not the majority of your team ready for this execute. They're a bit all over. Kronk is the only one who's ready on site. The breach just now coming into account, as the mute jammer had been there the entire time. They hadn't been able to take it off, and breach is now open with 20 seconds left into the round. And I can only imagine that this type of rushed execute is going to go poorly for Gravity Goobers. And we're already seeing it as picks come out left and right, switched into a 1v1 now, with Cryptix and Shup all alone. Flashbangs come out by Shup, getting a little bit of damage onto him, going to peek this shotgun. But another stun comes out, and he swings it, and Shup cuts him down.
Yeah, I mean, that was beautifully well played from Shup to use those flashbangs. It looks like there was an attempt there from Cryptix to maybe get the shotgun shot, which would have been huge, but it's going to be the double push from the lurker roll. As you could see, it was the Valkyrie who did not expect a second player on white this time around. He wins the first one, but he does not expect the second one. And although the trades come out, it does end up in a 1v1. And unfortunately for Cryptix, it was a 1v1 against a player that had utility left in the back pocket to help him win that 1v1. Well played. It looked like there was a possibility of stalling because just through chasing Don and all of that, they never got the mute jammer off the wall. And we saw with 20 seconds left, they just got it open. So there was a real opportunity there for Lycus Empire to have an opportunity to win that round because they were so focused on the roamers that they actually forgot they still had to clear some utility for Kronk to open up that wall. However, it is going to be a 3-3 split, much better defensive side from Lycus Empire from the last map. And now it's going to be how well can they attack this map against Gravity Goober's defense, which also looked extremely good on Villa just a few minutes earlier.
And now we're going to be seeing that Flora's ban really coming into effect. We have Foresight on the smoke, being able to slap a shield down for elbow whenever he feels like it. And we also have that Azami, as you pointed out before. That's going to be playing a very big part, I can only imagine, with setting up this bunker hold, setting up the entirety of Basement as a whole. And they really are going to have to pick it away very slowly without that Flores, without those RCE Arteo drones to really hop in and take out this on a bit of an attrition battle. But speaking of attrition, Deity is going to get that first pick onto Candle, knocking Ash out of here. A very early kill, as well as being able to pick up Brios on a quick double, less than a minute into the round. Those are two early picks on two very big entry rolls that are just out of here now. We also have the Brava on play, which I'm curious to see what they're going to be able to do with these clutch drones, seeing as we do have Capcan on the field.
Yeah, but they've got such an aggressive meeting hold here, and the bomb site's in the basement, but they're just holding the top floor so aggressively. Rosa almost gets taken out while somebody else is attempting to shoot his teammate, but it's actually going to be Aggro that finally finds one onto Shup. There is a lot of low health here. You got Rosa pretty much one shot with that DMR, and there is two of them on the attacking team. And then Deity also pretty much a guaranteed two shot at this point. So there is an opportunity if they can get some of these shots to land that they're going to have an opportunity to bring this man advantage right back in favor.
But that's the thing, they're running out of time to make something happen. They have to really focus on not stalling now that they're in this man down position. Because we already see someone creeping up Freezer stairs, and this might work out for the better of Lycus. However, if they're not ready, it can go terribly wrong. Deity's ready, and he has the SMG-11 in hand, getting himself a triple, switching back to the P90, ready to push and try to take out Aggro sitting on security hatch, none the wiser of what just happened. Looks like Aggro is trying to get ready for this eventual peak, but neither of them really want to decide where they are, and Deity will finally get that kill onto Aggro, now getting aggressive, wanting that ace, and no, he's gonna fall just short of Don, taking him out of here, but Kronk, just a second later with that refrag, will take the round for Gravity Goobers anyways.
Yeah, Gravity Goobers look like they're starting to get back into the rhythm of things, and Lycus are starting to struggle. It really has been a team effort for Gravity, but Deity has been on an absolute tear, not only in Villa, but even in this map. He really has been a game changer for Gravity Goobers, and wherever they found him, whatever they're feeding this guy, send some my way because I'm tired of getting smoked and ranked. But he really has been a big part. He's been absolutely lights out. He's been giving them the man advantage, the entry picks nonstop. I don't know if you've kept up with the statistic. He was 3-0 on Villa, correct? Has he? Where is he now if we add in this map for entry?
He would be sitting, I believe he is sitting at 6-0 for entry.
I mean, you really can't ask more from your entry player. He's winning gunfights. He's getting 2, 3, 4 kills. You saw an ace in Villa, and he has yet to lose an entry engagement. That's just really something that if you have that on your team, that's just so hard to counteract for the opposers.
And I mean, that's such a great role to be able to have. Looks like we're going to be running a rehost on a tad technical difficulties, but nothing too crazy. We'll be right back in the action soon. But still, talk on the topic of deity, just being able to play like a deity, to be honest with you, having that ace, as you so put, in Villa, as well as sitting at 6-0 in the entries. That's what more do you want from an entry? That's your job. You're cutting down attackers as they come. We even saw in that last round, he got a quick 1-2 onto the Ashe and Yana, taking his entry role and cutting off 2 other entries. And that is such a power play in itself, able to end that round out with a quad. Unfortunately, not able to get his second ace of the evening, but still a very fine effort.
Yeah, and even just in 2 maps alone, we're talking about a minimum of 26 kills so far. Because I believe he was either at 12 or 13 in Villa, and he's already at 13 now in Oregon. And we still have at least, I think, 3 rounds. Because I think it's now
I
4-3,
believe so.
correct? That was their first
It is
defense.
4-3.
Yeah, so they still has 3 more rounds, and he's already at 26 kills in 2 maps. I mean, I think that's going to be the big part. Is Lycus have either got to cut this man down on entry, or at least get the refrags and keep him to just 1 kill a round. Because if they continue to let him go off, it really is going to be a nightmare. And probably Lycus seeing their playoffs ended earlier than they really expected in just the quarterfinals.
And I mean, I have to say, personally, I am a little tad bummed that we didn't get to see map 1, considering how well Deity's been playing. I can only imagine, including map 1, he would have been in the 30 mark by now, considering
Bare
the way he's
minimum,
been
yeah.
playing.
Yeah, I have to imagine we're definitely looking at a really good opportunity for a big round or kill count over 3 maps. Uh, but the whole team's been playing good. Let's not just act like it's been all deity. The rest of this team has played absolutely lights out. Jodis was extremely good in map number 2, and Shup has managed to make his name for himself in map number 3, and he's even won a 1v1 against Cryptic. So everybody on this team is really playing well. And unfortunately, we didn't get to see what happened in the comeback on map 1, where Lycus was able to come back 4 rounds in a row. But we did see a dominant Villa, and we're seeing a very close Oregon right now, just really showing their pedigree of the players they have on that team.
And I mean, to be honest, if there's going to be any map to have this close of a fight, what better map of it than Oregon? Like, and I mean, I've said it time and time again, multiple times today, even, is that it is that standard map that you play in every day. And it is no surprise to me that these teams, who are pretty high caliber, are able to take it to each other at such a consistent rate and be right at each other's throats, like round after round, whether it be on the flip of them being able to win in overwhelming attack, then the very next round it's completely thrown on its head with a decisive defensive like win. And that's the thing. You really have no way of knowing fully where this is going, even with man advantages, man disadvantages, as well as just in general late execute stalling. There's no way to count either of these teams out. Hey, we even saw with that round that ended in Shup in a 1v1. That was a late round execute that ended with Breach being opened with it 20 seconds left because they wasted a lot of time on roamers. However, that late round execute was still able to come out with them on top. Gravity Goobers was able to still take it no matter what. They were stalling, they were wasting time, and they still were able to come back. There's really no way to count out either of these teams.
Yeah, I have to say that's one of the best things when you start to get into casting teams at a caliber that gun skill isn't really it's not the factor, right? We're not looking at it like one of these teams is really good gun skill, one of these teams is really good team play. Both of these teams are very, very good mechanically, and both of these teams are showing why they are so good in spurts. We saw the comeback, so that's really good mentality from Lycus and map number one. And then we saw the very definitive Villa, which just showed PXG or XPXG's real ability to come back, yeah, and really show what they're capable of. And now, like you said on this map, we're going back and forth. We're having some rounds they go in favor, some rounds they're going against each other, some rounds a big name player from one or the other team is winning it. And so it's really not a matter of who's the better gunner in this matchup. It really is coming down to a lot of team play, a lot of coordination, like the double swing up white in that late round execute. And it's things like that that are being the game changer in some of these rounds more so than just pure gun skill.
And I know talking to a lot of these teams, as I've spoken with a few of them, they all want to be the best, of course. There's no team here that doesn't want to be the best. There's no team that doesn't want to win. But that's the thing. You can't rely on gun skill and you can't rely on team play. You have to have that mix of both to be able to be the best and to win these games, because you're not going to win games solely on gun skill to the point that you can win the entire playoffs, you can win the championship. You're not going to win games solely on team play to the point that you can win a championship with it. You have to have that mix. You have to have that skill and team cohesion to be able to make something happen. And we're seeing that quite a bit today.
Yeah, personally, I think if you win TPL, you should automatically get an opportunity to fight for the bottom relegation spot in Pro League. I will have it no other way. We are that good. These teams are that great.
Whoever wins
So-
TPL should go face off against G2 and take the hammer from them. They should be allowed to take the SI trophy away from G2 if they win.
I 100% agree. And we're actually going to see Kronk go for a spawn peek onto Cryptics. They're both really not paying attention, but it's actually going to be Kronk. And that's your heart breach down. That's pretty much a massive possibility for a nail in the coffin as Kronk gets aggressive early on and is able to find a huge pick. Foresight manages to add on to aggro. And this, once again, man advantage is in Gravity Goober's favor. It's like clockwork. Round starts, Gravity Goober, opening pick. Clockwork. Deity adds on to it, manages to find Brios, and it just looks like Lycus Empire are kind of falling asleep at the wheel. Candle, who's managed to sneak into Dining Hall, manages to bring it one back, but who knows who's waiting around the corner for him next, and he might just find his life ended just as soon as it started.
And to be honest, they're already in such a bad situation that they really have to rely now on their gun skill to be able to force these 1v1s to be able to get their advantage back. They're sitting at such a massive disadvantage with the roamers being able to fall back, Rosa Sparks able to get out of dodge without any trouble, and then still have 3 on site. That is basically just giving Don a run for his money all on his own until Candle can come and help support, get another angle onto things going on, and just barely missing a head and a potential kill for Don. Zombie's going to be hopping around that Kiba barrier, Kronk on it, and Candle's going to be able to knock out Kronk, but also Foresight is going to knock out Candle with a quick refrag to Don, and then another refrag as quick as it came for Shup to take this round yet again for Gravity Goobers.
Yeah, that was just unbelievable play off of all the players. They just seemed to all be in the right position to pick off one player after the next before any real refrag came out. And on top of that, the refrag game in the 4v2 was absolutely flawless. Every time that Lycus got a pick, Gravity Goober's got a pick. And when you're in a 4v2, eventually that puts you in a very good position. And it did just that. It put them in a 2v1. Thankfully, Shup was able to take him out before he could attempt to put it into a 1v1. But Gravity Goobers are just looking like the entry picks are being the difference. It doesn't need to just be Deity getting them. Kronk's getting them. Foresight's adding on a second right away. Lycus have got to either slow down or figure something out to keep themselves alive a little bit longer into this round, because they're literally just throwing bodies and Gravity Goober are taking them.
And that's the thing, with Lycus being, not to say risky, and I mean, honestly, I feel like quite the opposite. Gravity Goober is playing risky. They're playing aggressive, and it's working out for them. And Lycus is at this point, and I feel like they're at this bit of a stall moment where they can't anticipate that aggression, despite it being shown to them time in and time again. Gravity Goober is just running the floor with it, whether it's Deity, whether it's Krunk, whether it's Foresight, whether it's Rosa Sparks, whether it's Shup, or whether it's Jodas. Rest in peace. Each one of these players are able to take the fight straight to Lycus, and Lycus seemingly have no real answer for it. They're getting solid map control, but it still just doesn't matter, as we see even more. Deity grabbing a second as well. His entry putting himself at a 7-0 entry, and grabbing more just to keep adding onto it. Trying to find a third, he's looking all around, and he might come into contact with aggro at the top of Freezer Stairs. Checking around Shower Hall, unfortunately not able to see anything for his sake. However, fortunately for the fans of Lycus Empire, they're still able to keep out of dodge just a little bit. But no, Deity's going to circle back around and knock aggro off the playing field, and this leaves them at a very, very similar, have we seen this before, a 5v2.
Yeah, this is very one-sided, and it's just all Deity coming back again. I gotta say, if I'm Lycus, Moss check, just kidding. Deity's been playing absolutely lights out. And honestly, there's not really much to say about this round. This feels like G2 2019, Kanto go kill, Deity go kill. They put him by himself. I don't even feel like he had anyone there to help him. He does get his head clean taken off and is putting his team back into a little bit worse for a situation. But it really does feel like that round's just on Deity, just doing what Deity does, and that's getting frag after frag after frag. And now it's left up to two players to play in a horrible man advantage, an opportunity for Ozone to even it out, but it does not pay off. And now it's all left to Cryptics in a 1v3. The ace by himself is going to have to make one heck of a play. He is going to attempt to get out, but the barrier looks like it was giving him a few problems. 50 seconds remaining, and this looks like match point in favor for Gravity.
Well, that's the thing. Gravity has such great positioning here, and there's really no time on the favor of Cryptics to rotate around. As we see that Cryptics is shut down by Foresight on a long angle that was premeditated, that was ready for long, long, long ago. And there's nothing you can do about it because you don't have the time, you don't have the room, and you don't have the round wins because of it.
Yeah, it's really tough to say. I don't think necessarily Lycus, I mean, they have to be playing bad. You're down. But, I mean, like I said, everybody on the Gravity Goober roster is playing well, but it really just feels like Deity can't be shut down off of one kill. He's got to get two. He's got to get three. And it was kind of something I said with the rehost is that they're going to have to try and stop him to just one. And they're just not able to do that. He's still continuously finding multiple frags. He's currently on 4, which I believe puts him on 17 for this game. So that puts him at 30 in just 2 maps. I mean, he's pushing at a possibility of 50 if he's got double digits on the first map as well, considering the fact he's pushing 30 on just 2.
As well as a 7-0 entry split throughout these 2 maps. Again, you can't ask for more, except he just keeps on giving. And if you're Gravity Goober, or Gravity Goober fans even, I can only imagine you're absolutely elated by the performance that they're putting on right now. Even Deity alone is enough to get people excited, to get people moving and jumping out of their chairs, just watching kill after kill, round after round come out in favor of him and his antics, just really shutting down the majority of Lycus. And if you're a Lycus player or a Lycus fan, what do you do about this? What do you really have to change other than just shutting down Deity? Because at the end of the day, Deity is a 1 player, and you have to deal with 4 more if you take him out. What is your real game plan about that?
It really comes down to you just start with what you can handle. If Deity is absolutely stoning you, well, get Deity out first. But there it is. Deity gets aggro first. Make it 8-0 for him. Damage also done to Brios. He's going to look for the drone, and Candle is going to be able to get the refrag. But looking at an 8-0 entry now over 2 maps, I mean, that is 8 rounds you get of man advantage. And Shup, who was subbed in for Jodas, who lost internet or power, is still making a name for himself as he continues to find impactful frags. Now they're going to be able to run away. Nothing is going to happen to Shup, and now there's the opportunity of possibly Rosa Sparks, and there it is. Brios goes down, and we're going to forward to a map point.
And that's what I'm saying. With Deity falling, they held him to 1 kill, but that's the thing. You can't count out the rest of Gravity Goober. They're all still very, very skilled. And unfortunately for Rosa Sparks, their skill is going to end at the hands of Cryptics. But still, we have Shup on the play. We have Kronk on the play. We have Foresight. And for the only response we have Don Ozone and Cryptics. And they have just a minute left. They're spread out, one on Laundry side, one on Freezer side, and they have to take these angles so simultaneously and so efficiently to be able to hold each other's push. Because as you know, with Basement, if you are sitting on any one of these angles, you can hold the exact opposite side, and especially with that man advantage, you can completely lock down any side that they want to push here. So they're really going to have to make something work and work these angles against Gravity Goober if they're going to want to have something happen.
Yeah, and it looks like on top of that, I thought maybe they were just going to go for the drop, and it looks like they do realize that this could be all for naught. 27 seconds winding down. You got to make a play, guys. Looks like they are going to go for a split push down White and Laundry stair or Freezer stairs, but they've got so much utility. Kiba barriers, smoke canisters, Jaeger. I mean, this is just trying to get through this, and it's going to be Foresight who gets 1 and Foresight gets 2. You know them as Gravity Goobers, but you might as well be saying GG because that's all they do in chat after they're able to shut down Lycus Empire. They managed to give up map 1 on a comeback, but they will not do it 2 more times, and they do punch a ticket into the semifinals.
And again, very powerful, very strong. And that's the thing. Powerful and strong were the name of the game for Gravity Goobers. They were able to really just rock the floor all around. And it didn't stop on Villa. It didn't stop even on the first map for Chalet, because they took him to map point. However, Lycus was able to stop him up there. Is that exactly where their momentum stopped? Because I can only imagine that's the case, because we saw the first 4 rounds of Villa being such an overwhelming Gravity Goobers victory and ending up at a 7-2 split for them for that victory. And even now we're sitting at 7-3 split. And we even saw here in this last half alone just how powerful the entirety of Gravity Goobers played overall to really shut down Lycus on every sort of attack they tried to make.
It really makes me wonder what happened on map 1 because they gave up 4 rounds consecutively, being on 6-4. They lost 8-6, but they only gave up 5 total rounds in the next 2 maps. So it really makes you wonder what happened on Chalet that they, like us, were able to claw back not only 4 rounds in a row, but 8 rounds total, considering they got almost half of that in the next 2 maps. But it's something we won't know for now. And unfortunately, Lycus Empire, you're not going to get a chance for that relegation spot or to lift the hammer against G2. That's going to be XPXG. Gravity Goobers punching their ticket. And I got to say, that's a hot hand. If you are playing against Gravity Goobers in the semifinals, I don't know, maybe you hack Deity's computer. I don't know. You got to do something because that man was on a tear. And if he's in chat in the stream, I'd like to know how many kills he got map 1, just to know how unbelievably insane he did over a 3 map total.
Also, I love how we're like, Deity was doing great, and the first thing we resort to is sabotage and espionage.
Darn right. If you're gonna, it's like the NFL. You know, if you can injure their star player instead of having to just actually stop them,
so be it.
Take a little low block to the knees. You feel me? I mean, it is what it is. But
you set the bar low so that you can just step right over it. That's all I'm hearing.
Exactly.
But that's something that's gonna have to happen. Maybe not a hit to the knees, so to speak, but there's definitely going to have to be some sort of play to go against Gravity Goobers, especially Deity, which, as powerful as he was, whether it's just a good day or if that's his standard and his normal and what you can expect to see every game against him, there's going to have to be some preparation going on with the teams that are going to have to play against them moving forward throughout the playoffs. They're going to have to be prepared. They're going to have to be ready and be having some sort of contingency to be able not only to shut down him, but the rest of Gravity Goobers who have his back at almost all times.
Yeah, that's something that we're not going to stress. We can't stress enough. You can't just shut down Deity. It's not just a one man team. It may look like it, but the rest of those players are extremely capable and they all held their weight in gold tonight. Even their sub, Shup, had an absolute great third and final map having to sub in, but that is Gravity Goobers punching their ticket to the semifinals, which are tomorrow. Both of them, I believe, correct? Both semifinals are tomorrow.
I
So
believe
both
so.
semifinals are tomorrow. So be sure to come in and watch those. TPL season 6 almost done, and with the teams we've got left, it's going to be a banger to see who makes it to the final.
I mean, honestly, I can't wait. From what we've seen, even today alone, the caliber of these teams is just significantly rising day after day. And the team that you see now could be a very different team that you face when you come to actually play them. They could be significantly improved, and there's really no way to know. These teams are improving at a massive rate from what we've seen and what we've seen them play in group stages, even. And honestly, I can only imagine it is just due to the fact that they're playing higher competition. They're being having to play at a more intense rate for a better prize, and just all around a more like intensive game and series here. So I honestly cannot wait to see how these teams improve and how they move on and encounter other teams going throughout the playoffs.
I can't agree more with you. Make sure to get your charm in game, the toilet paper roll. But that has been it for TPL season 6 of the quarterfinals. We will see you guys tomorrow for the semis. I've been Wet Nude with my co-cast Platt. It's been an absolute pleasure, and we will see you guys tomorrow. Have a good one.